everyone, this is Hillman. Hillman recently found 2 white lesions on his 2 front teeth. He is very concerned with this matter, so he went to see the dentist. There are few important structures of a tooth, which are enamel, dentin, cementum, and lastly, the pulp. Now, let us focus to the outermost layer of the tooth, the enamel. Enamel is composed of a hard substance called the hydroxyapatite. Hydroxyapatite is the type of calcium phosphate crystal with the chemical formula of Ca10PurePhos6OH2. In normal condition, there are numerous amounts of bacteria in our mouth. When the microcolonies of bacteria coalesce, it will create a layer of dental plaque on the tooth surface. The bacteria will metabolize the sugary food that we consume and produce acid as a byproduct. The acid produced can break down the hydroxyapatite, making the enamel surface to be weakened. Hence, there will be an appearance of white lesion on the tooth surface. This will be the time where the function of fluoride comes in. Fluoride can replace hydroxide in hydroxyapatite to create fluoroapatite through a process called remineralization. This process will reverse the early signs of tooth decay. In general, fluoroapatite is more dense and less soluble compared to hydroxyapatite. This means that they are stronger in protecting our teeth. Fluoride can also prevent the growth of harmful bacteria in our mouth. This shows that fluoride treatment is very useful throughout your life, and it is more important during childhood and adolescence. Fluoride can naturally be found in water. It can also be found from the soil, from the plants, and lastly, from the rocks. But we have water fluoridation, so we can get fluoride naturally from the tap water in our house. Water fluoridation in Malaysia was introduced by the government in 1957 at the state Johor. In 1974, the nationwide water fluoridation program was implemented with the installation of fluoride feeder in water treatment plants. The fluoridated water was then distributed throughout the cities. Evidence shows that water fluoridation has effectively reduced the population of dental caries in Malaysia. In water fluoridation program, the fluoride level is adjusted to the optimum level, which is 0.5 parts per million. While for toothpaste, fluoride is most effective at 1,350 to 1,500 parts per million. But Hillman has a water filter system at his home. Currently, there are 5 types of water filtration system that was implemented throughout the world, and reverse osmosis is the most commonly used system. So how does it work? The high water pressure will force the water that contains particles to a layer called semi-permeable membrane, where the particles are being filtered. This includes the fluoride. This filtration system will leave only pure water to the other side of the filter. Fluoride is very important in maintaining our oral health. Tooth decay can be prevented with the regular usage of fluoridated toothpaste. It is recommended to take the appropriate amount of toothpaste during toothbrushing. Too much fluoride may cause fluorosis. Fluorosis is when there are appearance of plain white lines on your teeth. However, if you don't use fluoridated toothpaste, you may one day end up with a tooth decay. The dentist suggested Hillman for a fluoride treatment. He applied fluoride gel on Hillman's teeth to encourage the remineralization process to occur. Hillman can also use fluoridated mouthwash to reduce the risk of tooth decay, but it is recommended to always use the fluoridated toothpaste. After 1 month, the white lesion has disappeared, and Hillman is very happy with his teeth compared to the previous month. This shows how effective fluoride is to our teeth, and with proper care and management of it, We could reduce the cost and time of dental treatment and also to promote oral health among the society.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, and good day to all. I am Nikki Luina, graduating class of 2021. Selamat datang to 11th UiTM Dental Student Scientific Symposium 2021. It is our pleasure to welcome all of you to this symposium in a virtual platform to observe the pandemic COVID-19. We would like to extend our warm welcome to our international participants. For your information, this symposium will be held in 2 consecutive days, today and tomorrow. All of our events will be live telecast from our YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. UiTM DSSS 2021 this year is a little bit different than the previous ones. We share your concern and the government's recommendations pertaining to COVID-19 pandemic. Nevertheless, we are proud to host this event virtually and definitely will be spectacular. Our events for this competition are divided into several categories. The oral presentation for undergraduates, poster presentation for undergraduates, 3-minute presentation for postgraduate students, special care dentistry innovation competition, and last but not least, dental quiz for undergraduate students. There will be 50 interacting students that will be presenting by our undergraduate students and 25 studies by our postgraduate students. We have a lot of students participating for the dental quiz. These students who achieve flying colors with their presentations or performance will be chosen to represent UiTM in a national level soon. All information regarding this conference can be viewed on our symposium website. Please scan the code or go to our website at www.uitmdentistrysymposium.com. We are going to have a blast today. I can't wait to see how everything comes together as all the participating students have been working hard to find answers for their research question. We wish to ask you to take every precaution in protecting your own health and that of your colleagues and family members. Close physical contact between you and others can increase the risk of infection. So please be extra careful, stay abreast of the latest developments, and practice good hand and self-hygiene. Before we begin with the event, we wish to remind some of the important issues during the event. Please ensure you have viewed the event schedule on our website. All the details pertaining to the presentations are all in there. To all presenters, please ensure you are ready 10 minutes before your scheduled presentations. Please ensure your camera and microphone are working well. If you have any questions to the presenters or our plenary speakers, please do ask in the YouTube chat section. We will convey your answers to the respective speakers. We promote a positive and educative environment in this platform. Please use appropriate words when you are chatting in the YouTube chat section. We hope you will enjoy this event and discover the interesting topics from various studies. Now I will call my colleague to commence the event. Thank you and have a pleasant symposium.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you some easy exercises as well as some stretches that you can do whether you're at home, at work, whenever you need a little break so that you can maintain a proper posture for the health and strength of your back. Let's get started. The first thing that you want to keep in mind is your posture when you're sitting down, especially at your desk. You don't want to slouch, but instead you want to be upright. You gotta keep your chest up, your head up, your back straight, and your shoulders up. Also, remember to take a little break every hour or so whenever you're working or whenever you're gaming. Now, for some exercises that you can do, you gotta keep your back straight and you can roll your shoulders backwards for a set of 10, and you can also roll your shoulders forward for a set of 10. So 10 forward and also 10 backwards. Lastly, you can do the stretch at your desk. You can put your hand above your elbow and you can stretch your elbow. Lastly, you can do this stretch at your desk. You put your right hand above your elbow and you pull it down and you drop your head at the opposite side. You want to hold at this position for about 10 to 15 seconds. This will be able to stretch out your trapezius muscles and help you to relax your back as well as your neck. These are little stretches that you can do right at your desk. Remember, posture is really important, so keep your back straight, your chin up, and your shoulders square. Next, I'm going to show you some tips and eye exercises that will help eye strain due to computer vision syndrome. Let's take a look. A lot of us these days are spending more time on a computer screen or cell phone throughout the day, and when we spend this much time on a device that is only a few feet away from our face, it can cause muscle strain to our eyes. So, tip number 1 is to take frequent breaks. When you stare at a digital device for too long, your muscles will start to cramp up, and we call this as the accommodative spasm. To help relieve this, follow the 20-20-20 rule, which means that for every 20 minutes you spend in front of a device, take about 20 seconds rest and looking at 20 feet away in the distance, just so that you can give your eye muscles a bit of a rest. Adjusting your environment can also reduce the risk of developing computer vision syndrome. What you can do is adjust your screen position. And lastly, you can use your eyes to look at different direction and hold it for at least 5 seconds. You can start by looking outward and hold it for 5 seconds, and you can repeat it at a different direction, whether it can be downwards, repeat for 5 seconds, and looking sideways. Hope these tips and exercises are helpful for you to practice anytime and anywhere. Enjoy the rest of the event and stay safe!
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning, I bid to our founding dean, Professor Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Abu Hassan, the chairman of the 11th Dental Student Scientific Symposium, Dr. Muhammad Faizal Hafiz Hidayat, our honorable speaker for today, Professor Dr. Nur Aziah Alias, lecturers, fellow participants, and our international participants from Japan, Cambodia, India, and Indonesia. Welcome to the 11th UiTM Dental Student Scientific Symposium. For the first time ever, the symposium is held virtually in view of the current pandemic situation. Nevertheless, this pandemic will not stop us from organizing one of the most highly anticipated student events annually. We have various interesting presentations lined up for all participants, and we are graced with the presence of two renowned speakers for our keynote lectures. Our theme for this year's symposium is Dentistry Against All Odds, Revolutionizing Research and Practice. This theme has been chosen in light of the current obstacles faced by the dental fraternity across globe. Research and clinical practice continue to go hand in hand to provide the highest level of care for the patients. This year, the Dental Symposium is spearheaded by the Center of Periodontology Studies with Dr. Muhammad Faizal Hafiz Hidayat as our chairperson, under the watchful eye of the program advisor, Professor Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Abu Hassan. In addition, our third year students have also been tirelessly working to ensure the smooth running of the program. Praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, we have been graced with the chance to gather here today for this momentous ceremony. I would like to invite Ahmad Abid Ahmad Rafizan to deliver the dua recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most kind, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu sayyidina Muhammadin asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma antas salam wa minkas salam wa alayka ya'udus salam. Fahayyina rabbana bis salam. Salamu sillim najma'ina waj'alna min ibadika salihin. O Allah, I beg thee all of good things which pertain to this day and days hereafter and seek thy protection from all evil which pertains to this day and days hereafter. O Allah, you are peace, and all peace is from you, and all peace returns to you. O Master of power and glory, in conjunction of the 11th UiTM Dental Students Scientific Symposium 2021, guide us among those who you guide. Grant us health and pardon among those whom you grant health and pardon. O Allah, verily we seek you for the best supplication and the best success and the best deed and the best reward. O Allah, unite us and help us display the spirit of solidarity and unity to move forward in a single direction. O Allah, you are the most forgiving and one who loves forgiving. Therefore, forgive us and wish all delegates present in this 11th UiTM Dental Students Scientific Symposium 2021 a very pleasant and productive one and a memorable event for all of us. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you to Ahmad Abid for the recitation of Dua just now. Before I begin to introduce our speaker for today, I would like to make a housekeeping announcement. At the end of the talk, participants are encouraged to ask questions to our speaker. You may do so in the Q&A session at the end of the lecture. Do introduce yourself and your institution along with your question in the chat box. To kick off this morning's program, we are pleased to have Professor Dr. Nur Aziah Alias with us. Professor Dr. Nur Aziah Alias is a professor of teaching and learning at University Technology Mara. She is currently the UiTM Director of Academic Development. She was also the Director of E-Learning from 2012 to 2014, the Deputy Dean Academic of UiTM Faculty of Education, and an instructional designer at the university's Distance Learning Center. She has a master's degree in physics and a bachelor's degree in the same field from Indiana University, Bloomington. She earned a graduate certificate in ODL from University of Southern Queensland, Australia, and doctoral degree in the field of instructional technology. She has won awards including Best IIUM PhD Education Student Award, Dissertation Award from the Malaysian Educational Technology Association, and Academic Excellence Award from COSMA Malaysia. Professor Dr. Nur Aziah's fields of interest include instructional design and technology and ICT for development, technology-enhanced learning environment, learner-driven learning and design, and development research in instructional technology. Professor Dr. Nur Aziah has also won the Amy Mahan Research Fellowship from IDRC Canada. Professor Dr. Nur Aziah has reviewed the UNESCO guidelines on the inclusion of students with disabilities in open and distance learning using open solution and conceptualized the Virtual Center for Innovative Delivery and Learning Development at UiTM and spearheaded Education 5.0 at UiTM. The collaborative teaching framework for UiTM was recently developed by Professor Dr. Nur Aziah and her team at the Office of the DVC. The objective for today's session is to provide an overview of supported collaborative practices in UiTM, both collaborative teaching and collaborative learning, particularly those pertaining to the online learning environment. So with that, we welcome Professor Dr. Nur Aziah Alias to deliver her talk titled Fostering a Culture of Responsive and Responsible Learning.
Thank you for that nice introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to everyone. Can I just take a few minutes to upload my slide? Let me just share this first. Okay, can I run a check? Can you see my screen?
Yes, Prof.
All right. Okay. I want to thank the dean, Dato Ibrahim, and of course the chairperson and the organizing committee for bringing me in today to this session. Actually, this is a very interesting symposium because the theme is actually against all odds, and I think we are feeling the same way everywhere in UiTM and even in nation and even at the global front. And I think it is time for us to really look at research and what you're going to do for the next 2 days. The only thing is, I am not going to talk too much about research. I'm from the Office of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, as mentioned before, and I oversee the academic of development of UiTM. So what I'm going to share is basically all the experience and things we do to support the education of young people in UiTM, including, of course, dental students, undergrads, and also postgrad. So I look at some of the topics that you're going to present, very exciting, but we're going to look at the underlying reason or philosophy of why we do some of these things. So the topic for today's talk is fostering a culture of responsive and responsible learning. So obviously, I'm not a dental education expert, right? My only association of some sort with dentistry is because I have a daughter who's a dentist and doing postgrad dentistry, and another one in a medical science and oncology. So I understand the way students learn and how you go about trying to finish, to complete your programs and so on. So the talk will be basically more towards the students, even though I know lecturers are here and also, but it's more towards the student. Lecturers can learn some of it, can take some point from it. We want to look at the student's perspective, but I do this every time. We always ask where we are. um any point in life or every day, you always ask where we are and who we are and so on. So we're going to do that first, and then we're going to look at some of the challenges and expectations as we navigate the third platform era, so to say, and how do we learn in this era. I would like to introduce Education 5.0 at UiTM a bit, maybe take a few minutes, and then talk about responsible and responsive learning. And because of this era we are in, we cannot forget technology. So I'm going to bring in technology as an more as an enabler and enhancer as we go through what we want to do now. We basically learning, right? So uh, in terms of the first thing that we just want to situate ourselves is that we are in this era. We know about Industry 4.0. I do not have to deliberate too much because after all, you can just Google and find out about it, right? But we have heard about robots. We have heard about big data. We not only heard about AR or VR, we are actually using it, and we are going to mix reality and a lot more reality. We know additive manufacturing. You should know additive manufacturing because we want to talk about 3D printing and so on. You use cloud computing. Basically, your stuff is on the cloud, right? And we have Internet of Things, a lot of simulation, and systems are not in silos anymore. They are integrated. Of course, above all, we have to look at cybersecurity. So that is the basis for Industry 4.0. You can read more about Schwab's work if it's online anyway. In terms of the business, IDC, International Data Corporation, thought of actually proposed, not really proposed, projected 3 chapters of the third platform evolution. It's called third platform. It's a new wave of technology. The pillars are social, mobile, cloud, and data. This is basically for businesses. So I'm showing you 2015 chapter. We are already 2021. So by right next year, they are projecting an autonomy phase or autonomous chapter for third platform. But look at 2015 plus, right? It's true, we now have explosion. You go ask someone, berbuka apa hari ni, what are you going to have for to breakfast? Most of them will say we Grab. Okay, that's the app explosion. And intelligence technology. You go online, you go search for something, the next thing you know, you're going to get emails or adverts on the same matter or the same thing that you have been searching, because AI, Google has lots of AI embedded in all its apps, right? And now you can actually design your PowerPoint, because Microsoft will help you with the design ideas, also AI. We also can easily transport what we have in Microsoft Word into PowerPoint soon, because they have AI for that. So you do not have to build your PowerPoint presentation from your paper. You can easily get slides soon, right? And of course, data as a service. There is lots of sharing of data. Be careful with that as well, because we take your data from Instagram, what you said on Facebook, and everything, we get a profile of yourself, right? That's business basically. In education, we talk about education 4.0 at the global front, because we want to respond to the technology and the advances that's already here. So we ask, is it all about technology? We educationists will be asking that, is it all about technology? When I borrowed this clip from Breakthrough Media, it says, I'm trying to figure out skills I had in February, whether I can have it transferable to October. See, February and October, a few months, things will change. The skills you have today may not be relevant in the next few months, next few years, and so on. So it's about technology in a way that it affects us, but we have to respond in a bigger way. So when you look at future work, we're not going to look at work skills in 2020 anymore. You look at top skills in 2030, for example. Pearson Australia did this research. Oh, by the way, as I go through this presentation, I will try as much to illustrate to you the use of data and how we use data anyway. It's about research to understand some of the things that we do and where we are and what we want to do. Okay, and the decision making that we do as well. So the 2030 set of skills that's illustrated by Pearson in across the globe actually, but they reported two from US and from Britain. As you can see from the UK, in the US, in 2030, they expect the work skills to be, look at rank number 1, learning strategies. Number 2, psychology. Number 3, instructing is, I think, related to number 6, education and training. Social perceptiveness, sociology and anthropology. And then originality, fluency of ideas, and active learning. You go to the UK, they said number 1 is judgment and decision making. Fluency of ideas, active learning, learning strategies again. So the idea is the 2030 set of skills require a very different approach, which is basically training humans to be more human. And that is the basis for our education 4.0, and now in UiTM we use education 5.0. Okay, so how do you see yourself? Dental undergrads and postgraduate students. What kind of a learner are you? Are you the passionate learner? Are you the diligent learner? Right? But you know there is a need for competence, of course. You know you have to feel capable of performing a determined task. That's what you are, right? You have that need, and there is this need for autonomy, for making decisions by your own will, and you have to devote time and energy to study, and you have this need for social, the need for belongingness and connectedness with significant others, right? So we've got the knowledge and skill, we've got the cognitive and also the social skill. But in this era, we must not forget that there is a need for resilience, which means you must be able to bounce back from difficult experience, to evolve profound personal growth and staying positive. So with all this IR 4.0 platform, whatever that's happening, you have, and don't forget the pandemic, you have to have resilience. So when you look at what you have to study, this is I'm just putting a preamble kind of to situate things that that you are in. Look at the cognitive level, the cognitive dimension that you have to go through. I really like this diagram actually, because it is not looking at only two-dimensional thing, right? It's not just about the cognitive process of remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluate, and creating. I hope the lecturers know this, because there's another dimension, which is the knowledge dimension. So are you getting students to only remember the facts? Students, are you only expected to apply by responding to questions, or you are more up here? I think you are really doing this, applying and evaluating and analyzing a lot of stuff on the higher order end, right? So we know medical and dental students, you are, it's more difficult for you, it's more challenging for you, but you are the cream of the cream. So we kind of expect you to do well in the program, right? So that is a dimension that you should know. And as you go into the challenge, I want to highlight three challenges. Actually, there are many challenges. I want to highlight three challenges before we go into responsive and responsible learning, right? The first is what we call the knowledge doubling challenge. In 1982, Buckminster Fuller started talking about knowledge doubling theory. And actually now we see that knowledge actually double, like nanotechnology knowledge double every 2 years. Clinical knowledge said every 18 months. That's why you are doing a lot of research. That's why you are reading a lot of journals. I'm sure you're doing that, right? And in terms of medical knowledge, Denson in 2011 said in 1950, knowledge doubles every 50 years. But in 2020, every 73 days. So students who are graduating in 2020 or 2021, you should have experienced 4 times knowledge doubling, right? Doubling of knowledge. And if you ask IBM, IBM says, oh, actually, when we look at knowledge doubling, it's happening at 11 to 12 hours. So that is a challenge. And from that challenge, you are expected to be not just the person reading from one textbook, for sure. You have to have you have to do more than just reading. You have to respond to this challenge, right? The second challenge that I'm going to highlight, of course, is the COVID challenge. Actually, I first put, did we do well? Are we experiencing lingering effects of the pandemic? And just to realize that actually we are still very much in it, right? Schools are closed in Selangor, and we have lots of clusters coming up. So they did a research throughout the global trends, okay, for the past year. We know that students are communicating through video conferencing, even staff use a lot of live chat, emails, and social media. That's the global picture. We know that as well in UiTM, except that in UiTM, when we did our kind of data collection, we found out that not all students are ready for online learning. So this is the full 1 year from March, not 1 year, from March 2020 to December 2020, when my office monitored, collected data, and made decisions. we use a lot of data collected from all of you and also from the lecturers. So we found that from almost 60,000 students, respondents answering to our survey, only 64.4% were ready. So we had 36% not ready. So we shouldn't have, we told ourselves we are not going to do everything online. So we go for ODL, open and distance learning. So lecturers were using phones, were using SMS, were using a lot of other things in order to get students to be able to follow, to follow and study. Then we checked participation. We found 3% not participating, some actually MIA, some decided to postpone and go actually work because parents lost their job and so on. Then we built a signal search just to understand the connection students have. So if I were to put in your number at the moment, I mean your student number, I will know where you are and how strong is the signal. So actually students cannot tell us that we have slow connection, whereas when I check, it's actually very strong connection. And anyway, we are still using that. So lecturers, if you don't know that, go to our website, punch in the student number, you can get your student's location and basically access. Then we did an ODL experience survey because we want to know how students were experiencing ODL. We found 57% doing good and very good. So with neutral at that time, we took it as good with 36,000 respondents, right? We went to the lecturers and get them to evaluate their teaching in ODL. We got 82 over 100 score, which is pretty good. Lecturers are actually designing their lessons accordingly, maybe not all excellent as a start, but going to that direction. And for SU4, or actually UiTM dentistry, you scored very high. In fact, in March, for the March semester, I think you scored highest. And then we also had our ODL award from 3,275 nominations. We understood what students were looking for in a lecturer, or in a lecturer's delivery and in a lecturer support. And we also asked 40,000 students what are the success factors for their ODL semesters, and they did very well. Most people did well actually. So again, the number one factor was lecturers. Okay, and at the end of the year, we ran a learning experience survey again with 17,000 respondents, and we found in December, the percentage has not changed much, but it is bigger here now compared to down here. So we had all these emoticons to represent the different levels. We still have 15%, 14.6% students having serious difficulties, meaning when we look in depth into the data, we found that these were basically due to one, connection, and two, a non-conducive learning environment. So the one on the left, this is basically dentistry in UiTM. There's dental students in UiTM. You didn't have anything here. So that means you're doing very well, right? So you have a very long bar here, 40%. You're smiling with some perspiration, but that's fine. And there are about almost 10% loving the experience in UiTM for the past year. Okay, that's good news for the dean and for the lecturers. So last week, I tried again asking students how you feel about ODL, and I found that students are saying amazing, excited to learn new things, but sometimes not something, and sometimes I feel terrible, good, but line is annoying, same thing, same issue, good. This is a good one, good. With ODL, I can overcome my shyness and courage, have courage to present in front of the hall. And I noticed that students are more relaxed. They know how to have fun even on the ODL online platform. So Faiz here was answering my question, but students being you like to use all these apps. So I think that was a snap photo kind of thing, but it's okay with me. I like students to have fun and look at their friends smiling. So that's how we somehow navigate this difficulty that we were going through, right? And we are still going through it. So we asked dental students again about the assessment, and we found that you're not, it's pretty good, except for these two, this turquoise bar here. Okay, because of the turquoise bar here is actually the students saying mostly disagree. All right. So assessments are not basically not appropriately scheduled to them, because you get also neither agree and disagree, the yellow bar. And another one is students don't really, some of the students don't enjoy working on most of the assessment. So lecturers, you may want to make the assessments a bit fun, maybe. All right. But this is good. The assessments given enhance your mind knowledge and skills related to the course outcome. So that's good. And let's see, what else do we have? Oh yes, as we go through this, we like I said, as we collected data, we found a lot of things, and we also found out that people know by now the changes looming. If you graduate today, are you confident enough? Do you feel that your lack of skills? Or do you feel that you are really ready to go into the world and become a dentist? For some, even career paths are no longer linear. Some of you, some actually decided not to pursue what they have learned, right? And they may go into something else, because during the COVID pandemic, they found that they can make money through other ways, right? We are now wiser, I hope. We are now wiser because we understand safety on campus and everywhere else. For the lecturers, we have to ask ourselves, what purpose does education serve? All this while we're talking about getting these people through the program and then completing it and then become dentists. But now a lot of things are happening, right? And when you do research, today is about research. What is research for? Is it just for so that you finish, you can complete your course, or is it because you want to get published? Who will read your publication? What kind of impact will your research has, right? So these are the questions that we keep asking as we go through the pandemic. And the most important thing is, what is the role of the learner? Are you someone who is still waiting for these lecturers to give you her or his PowerPoint slides, or tell you what to do, what time to come to class, what time to stop, and so on? No, it cannot be that way anymore, because you have to take responsibility, especially if you're studying at a distance. So lecturers and instructors, please do not think of teaching as going into the class and just showing your PowerPoint, because it takes more than that when it comes to doing things online. So the technology plays bigger role now than ever. All right. So the good thing is, as we go through the data, we are seeing this among the students. This is something that I like very much. So because students are saying, I believe we can get through this. As sooner or later, we will eventually go through ODL. She's thinking about, you know, no virus anymore, something we'll experience just in a matter of time. So we can positively see this as a preparation towards that future, right? Okay. And another one said, after all that challenges, having a well-disciplined routine and willingness to push beyond our comfort zone. This is coming from the students, one of your friends. In the end, self-effort is the key for students to go through this sudden change. I genuinely feel like students are the least affected coming from a student, because adapting to the lack of a learning environment might be the biggest shock for most of us, or at least for me. But I'm sure with time and optimism, we progress along the way. Oh, I love to meet the student actually. right? And another one said, I'm more independent than ever. ODL means students really need to be independent since timetable is a lot flexible now. And she or he said, always be ready is my new mantra. No more depending on friends to remind you to study, to finish the assignments before deadline. Why, even though they're still reminding each other, right? After all, those are our own responsibilities to ourselves as students. These were all coming from students. So I think we somehow navigated very well through that challenge, the students at least, right? Okay, except for those who have poor connections and so on. The third challenge I want to highlight is the social media and the technology challenge, because this is a world data average, right? 53.6% of the world population using social media with average daily use of 2 hours and 25 minutes. I got a feeling you use more. You are on social media more than 2 hours, but I hope not. That's quite a lot of time. See, University of Waterloo. So when it comes to social media, the number one issue is to fight distraction. So University of Waterloo in 2019 did a study and found 49% undergrads said use of tech not related to class distracted them. Yes, right. And study found, this is a new, more recent study, found that 71% of Americans sleep with or next to a mobile device. Uh, Perhaps Malaysians, more than 71% of nation are doing the same thing, right? Anyway, with that, the problem is there's an issue of fighting not only distraction, but sometimes toxic behavior online, the text-based abuse, the image-based abuse, and sometimes it gets really serious to cyberbullying. And of course, the issue of well-being and mental health will be one of the things that you have to handle. Another research by Global Higher Education, when you look at during the pandemic, the number one ranked, right, challenge is basically maintaining your well-being. So this is important. You can be very bright students, but if you cannot maintain your well-being, then it is not going to be easy for you to go through this, right? So look at that. Australia, 81% said that's the number one challenge. Okay, but they don't have one for Malaysia for this particular research. Okay, so before we go on, maybe you want to pause a moment and ask about your well-being. Do you feel the race competition? I hope you are not competing with your friends. You should be competing with yourself, right? Amid the rush, the adversity, the chaos, the distraction, the emotional upheaval, right? So this is one of the research that we've done before, a qualitative research when we ask respondents to basically answer this question. What is the perfect title of your life story at this point? So this will help people, students to suddenly look at yourself. So what is the perfect title of your life story? Okay, I asked my daughter and she said, Eaten Mess. I said, what's that? What's Eaten Mess? Is that the title of your life story? Yes, it's Eaten Mess. So I Googled and found that Eaten Mess is a dessert. It's a kind of a deconstructed pavlova. So I understand. She has two children. She is a postgrad dentistry student. Okay. So Eaten Mess actually illustrate her life. Is chaos, there's no structure in the dessert, but it is sweet, right? And it's a pleasure to get to eat dessert anyway. So it actually tells about yourself. So do that for today. Go find your own the title for your life story. I hope it's not something like Into the Darkness or something like that, because that will actually means you have to go find help, right? I hope not. Okay, so the good thing about being a dental student or being in this field is that while you're drilling people's teeth or whatever, right, you are supporting or instigating the smile. I like to look at it this way, right? So you have the opportunity to get people to smile beautifully, and that means a lot of happiness. So, applaud, meaning you pat your back from time to time, because you are actually doing this. This is your contribution to the world. Okay, so anyway, let's go into learning, because we promised about responsive learning and responsible learners. So what is learning all about? I always ask my students and also my children to always use the many wives and one husband thing to monitor yourself. You always ask what, you always ask why, when, where, sometimes why, right? And no, always why, but sometimes when. And you always ask how. So what is number one? What is learning all about? So learning is about this very end. This learning is about getting that change. Change in what? Change in knowledge, change in skill, change in competencies, change in attitude, change in value. So how do we get this? We go through processes, we go through experience, we get the outcomes, and then we get the change. So it's basically very active and interactive, because you have to experience, you have to make sense of the world. Even if you look at UNESCO's 4 pillars, it's about learning to know knowledge, learning to do skills, learning to be, that's your outcome. You want to be a dentist. How do you learn to be a dentist, right? But UNESCO has a 4th one, learning to live together. So that's very important for all of us in this world, in our society, in our community, and so on, right? So while you're doing this, lecturers should be thinking about making it, helping you to do this, to be engaged, to have significant learning experience, to have significant learning outcomes, and to have meaningful learning experience. So that's learning. And when we translate it to practice, it's about the academic facts, knowledge to be acquired, to be transferred. So you have to keep asking, is this how? Cramming, reading, highlighting, the only way to study is reading from PowerPoint slides sufficient? What about retention? How do I retain some of this, not some, all of this knowledge and facts? How do I engage myself? How do I sustain my motivation, right? And of course, you need to practice and rehearse the skills and competencies. But of course, as we said just now, the knowledge doubling thing, you have to understand the speed and depth of dental education. So you need to have this researcher mindset. You have to have a very high level of causal knowledge, right? Causal knowledge. Okay, so it's about why you're doing certain things, the relationship of things, and it will help you to resolve the problem. Of course, you need to experience sometimes dealing with patients, dealing with your dental assistants, and other things. All right. Okay. So we had that preamble. I hope you feel, you understand where we are, and then what we are doing, learning. We want to go for a culture of responsiveness. So this is where I come in with Education 5.0 at UiTM, because here we want to see learning as something, an ecosystem. It's not somebody doing it alone. So Education 5.0 is about a learning ecosystem that is sustainable, balanced, principled, driven by values, powered by intellect, afforded by technologies. We do not forget technology, because we know we cannot ignore technology. But Education 5.0 is not about technology and machine capability to do what we do, but it's about us doing something well, rendered by technology and machine. So it's back to the human again. So I bold, this is from the document for Education 5.0. The bold ones, I bold some of the important terms. We talk about adab and amanah. Adab means you know the proper place of things. You know how to take the right action. You know you have a greater connection to others, to the creator, to other people, to the environment. You know technology can be used as the enabler, the scaffold, the support, the affordances, but the most important thing is about learning. And learning not only by students, by educators, administrators, and other university members. So when we conceptualized Education 5.0, it was during Dato' Hassan's time, we said we want to nurture the philomath, the person who loves learning. So hopefully by 2025, we have many philomaths on campus. Okay, so with Education 5.0, the student is expected to be a progressive thinker. You are mindful of your environment, connected, remember, and you see your future. You are both responsive and responsible. You take responsibility of your destiny, and you are this agent of your own learning. You know, agent, agent pelancongan, or whatever, you have the information and you know how to go about doing it, right? So when it comes to responsive learning, we have 4 things here. We are talking about you being mindful, aware of yourself, your ability, who you are connected to the latest research, news, updates on the field. Remember the knowledge doubling thing. You are also connected to many people all over the world. You can actually learn from them. You learn from all things and people. So I once asked my students, and she said about meaningful learning. And the student said, meaningful learning means learning from that makcik, that person who sells keropok, chips in front of the bank. So she was not business student anyway, but that's what she sees as learning, even from someone who is not in the classroom, right? So you learn from a lot of things and a lot from other people, all the people surrounding you. And being responsive means you are active. You change fast. You respond. You are not someone who will be waiting for the next thing to come. The lecturer is telling you things to do. So if spoon feeding is a thing of the past, don't wait. There's no point waiting. Okay, so let me not introduce. Let me tell you this about this student of mine. I teach innovative technologies to education students. So one of the tasks that they have to do is basically to follow a MOOC. If you're familiar with MOOC, Massive Open Online Course, the task is only for 2 weeks. You are supposed to follow a MOOC for 2 weeks, and then to put in your e-portfolio, and we see how your experience and what you learn from the MOOC. So I chose this MOOC by Barbara Oakley with 2 million learners, right? But Shahila here, instead of 2 weeks, she finished the whole course. She got a certificate from McMaster University and UC San Diego. And few months later, she showed me this particular certificate again. But this is now from another university where she learned Spanish, and she's doing that on her own. So what she was doing was actually, after doing the task, she moved beyond and learned on her own. She self-direct her learning. That is what we want from our students, because we do not have all the time, or even the duration, the full year is not enough to teach you everything. Okay, so learning as in a connected world, meaning you can learn from all these people and from anybody who has the expertise or the experience in the subject matter, right? Okay, so when the things about collaborative learning is when you do more than just what you do on your own. You have groups, and in my case, I had 2 groups last semester. Sometimes I combine the group, sometimes I teach them separately. So when I ask the students at the end of semester, what is the most meaningful thing that you did last semester, I got this. So students were saying the most meaning. Okay, forget about the language. This is verbatim. The most meaningful thing for the person, for him in this case, was probably him or her, bonding between 2 groups, responsive towards another, exchange our opinion, express my idea. See, Building connection, bonding and working in group is the most important thing in our daily life. I realize you don't have to burden everything on yourself. You need to work together to reach greater outcome. These are coming from the students, from your friends. So how we managed to learn so many new things and communicated and got close with each other despite the distance. Okay, so when we talk about collaborative learning, I'm not going to deliberate on these two. The lecturers know this about this. I'm sure the lecturers know this kind of lecturers. Anyway, we look at this. This is for the student. You should have a learning group or a study group, right? A reciprocal where you be together, 4 or 5 of you, and you do reciprocal assessment. You assess each other, you teach each other, you review each other's work, right? There's also this term now called coaching circle where you coach each other, and this can be long term throughout the 5 years uh, while you're studying. Or better still, if you can go on to be a part of a community of learning where you learn with another person from another university, a university in Malaysia or a university in from another country. Now we have international partners, so we can learn from people from other universities as well. So we build a learning community and it will be a better experience for all of us. So we are more involved. So this is another example from UiTM. We've got the Global Learning Initiative. This semester alone, for the past month or so, we already had 21 sessions. We have Nadia here, one Nadia, who brought in, still bringing in people from all over the world to her class because she teach intercultural language or something like that. And so students are learning from all other people as well. So you collaborate with your colleagues and bring it into the classroom. Even students can do this. You can organize this and you can learn better, right? Okay, so that's responsive. What about responsible? Responsible means you are responsible. You are supposed to be sustaining your own learning. You cannot be telling people, "I'm so tired, I cannot learn anymore. Please pity me. I'm. You don't do that because you are the one who should be strengthening and supporting your learning. You are supposed to be regulating not only your mental or cognitive regulation, but also your motivational regulation. And you should be the one who is resourceful, finding experts, get people to help you, and doing mutual learning or collaboration. Okay, so again, the word agent comes in. So in this case, responsive means you go do something, you respond and go beyond. Here you drive your own learning. So imagining yourself driving, what do you do to get um, to where you want to go, right? So Dr. Mariati told me to touch a bit about assessment, okay, but there's a lot of things about assessment actually. I want to talk about these two because we want to address the students, right? But lecturers, these are not exclusive. I mean, something authentic can be formative or even summative and so on. But this is very important for the lecturers. Always give feedback. We also have assertive and synoptic assessment now. So maybe you want to Google that. For the students, think about self-assessment and peer assessment. So this is an example of I used to teach physics, right? So physics is not easy. It's very difficult, actually, for people to understand the concept. So there are things like the diagnoser. I really like this particular website where when students answer the question and you get it right or you get it wrong, you always get feedback. So see here, when I got it right, it says, good thinking, you seem to understand that individual atoms are much smaller. So maybe you want to find something like this, or maybe lecturers would like to build something like this to help students understand concept better, right? Or at the other end now, there's more on cognitive, is the portfolios and self-assessment. So I use a lot of portfolios in my class because I notice students can reflect on your work. And this one in particular, actually, she developed that matrix. Is small, I know, but she developed that matrix without me telling her. That's a research matrix, design matrix, her research design. and that's how she reflect and learn. She's aware of what she's weak at, or she needs to put in some more. That's what she does. I mean, she did. That was in 2016 or so. And of course, from your assessment, we get to see how you feel, anyway, your difficulties and so on. In UiTM, we now have what we call My Folio. So if you go, we put it at job shop because we want employers to be able to access your portfolio. So they will look at your portfolio and say, wow, these particular students have gone through not only the courses, but she or he has gone through a lot of experience with the community, a lot of experience with the industry and so on. So use this and manage your portfolio. You can upload all the things that you have achieved. At the end of the your study, you get a full-fledged portfolio that you can actually bring to the to your employer or to the industry. You can even bring it to another country and say this is what I have done, right? Right. For lecturers, another way to help students to assess is to use knowledge survey, because in this kind of question is not like quiz or examination. This is how students actually look at whether they have learned something. So that phrase is important, whether they can explain certain thing, they can label certain things. So knowledge surveys is found to be very effective in evaluating student learning and content mastery, from basic knowledge to even the higher order thinking. All right. So I think I have about 10 minutes or so. We understand responsible and responsive learning, and we wanted to look at technology. So I have this picture when I did the digital education research for the whole of Malaysia. We went to schools, primary schools in rural areas and small town. We found this little guy, and he was showing us what he wanted to be in the classroom. So it's a lot of new stuff, because he knows technology by then, and it's not about scarcity of content anymore. It's everywhere. Technology is not elitist anymore. There's a lot of technology, and in fact, we now have a lot of intelligent technology. So we cannot again ignore that. We should leverage on all these technologies. So we are not going to listen to Haris. Um, this is what you know. We have 3 robots. They are all women. No, sorry, they are all female. I wonder why. Anyway, Jill Watson is a robot who answers questions. So even students don't know that it's a robot answering. Okay. Sophia, she has gained citizenship in one of the UAE, I'm not sure which Arab country. And now Hanson Robotics is launching another robot in 2021 called Grace. And Grace is developed for the healthcare sector, where they want to meet elderly care, right? They want to do it for elderly care. So I'm showing this because I'm telling you that we are moving, the world is moving very fast. And Mahidol, just next door, neighbor, right? Already doing virtual training environment for dental surgery research. And of course, haptics. We know about haptics, robot assisted implant placement now using haptic and visual guidance. And even in music, people are using haptics because now a person who's just trying to learn how to use the instrument can use haptics, and they actually feel as if someone is holding their hand and helping them to learn the musical instrument. So you don't have to go one-on-one on, face to face all the time. You can actually practice using haptics. Okay, so you may want to say, okay, why do I need to keep up with all these advances? Does that mean you need to stay one step ahead of your peers? We are not talking too much about you competing with your peers, but we want you to understand that you have to use technology in this very simple aspects or dimensions of your life. Okay, but just keep pace. You may want to increase speed a bit and use a lot of technology, especially lecturers. Okay, so when we say why technology, it supports learning, it supports your skills, it supports collaborative learning, it supports regulation of motivation, it supports your well-being. Somehow, there are lots and lots of tools and technology that will do this. All right. So knowledge retention. This is very important in dentistry. I like to use this. I have 4 chuchus, but this particular one, I normally use his pictures because the teacher will always forward his photos at the kindergarten. You put him in front of a laptop, he sleeps, even though there are so many Vitagen bottles there. You bring him with the friends, he gets excited. That's him telling this is my work. But in addition, you bring in AR. Now he's telling me names of dinosaurs that I don't even know. And he's only 3.5 or so, right? So somehow technology is in our lives. And when it comes to knowledge retention, it says that technology, virtual reality will actually help you retain knowledge up to 50%. Of course, as you go into virtual reality, you feel that you've been there, you're experiencing it, and you cannot forget, right? Then again, there are lecturers. This is Ari Perry from the University of California, San Francisco, who actually has produced so many videos, songs on all this brain tumor and so on. So if you go Google this guy, you get a lot of videos of him singing out the content. And I guess it helps most of you because there's so many things to remember, right? So try that. Okay. So I try to put it on this slide, what we normally look at when we use technology. Simple things like taking notes. So there are simple things like Google Keep or Power Notes that will help you organize. And then to manage some of the things that you are reading or some of the projects that you are doing can be mind mapping or even Trello, if you've heard of Trello. In terms of content, lots of content, video animation, simulation cases, and podcasts. Okay. Of course, when you are modeling or creating, you can use 3D printing, and there's haptics as well. When it comes to collaborating, we do hybrid teaching and learning, expert online, PBL online. Who knows, you can get patients from all over Malaysia or even the world, and you can study their cases so it can become richer. The things that you study will become more rich, right? Okay, so this is MOOC, you know MOOC, and I particularly put up this particular slide because I want you to read this. This MOOC by University of Hong Kong is developed by Professor Juka, Martin Lina, and James Soy, sorry. And from this MOOC, you learn from 25 dental practitioners and researchers across 10 dental specialties from around the world. How do you get that if it's not for technology, right? And you get the best people, and for now you can learn for free unless you want to go for certification. So go find all these things, oral cavity lah, implant dentistry lah, whatever, right? But this is a particularly interesting MOOC to me, this digital biomaterials by University of Hong Kong, and video animation. So I tested just now with the secretariat. I hope I can still do this. I want to show just 30 seconds of this video animations developed by this group. This is published on 22nd January 2021 in the British Dental Journal, right? So let's try and see whether we can actually watch the video. Okay, Secretariat, moderator, can you see my web page?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, all right. So actually, if you go here and you get to see all this animation, actually is geli lah. Anyway, I'm just going to show what they did. So you see, you can learn from this video animation. Okay, all right. It's not moving because I push it. All right. Let's try again.
After the implant bed is drilled, forms the basis for subsequent healing processes and the retention of the implant. Within seconds to minutes, blood components begin adhering to the surface of the titanium implant. At this point, the bleeding is stopped. This task is performed by blood platelets. As these platelets
Okay, so as you can see, we have this. So it's exciting to me, even though I'm not in the field, as I research for, for this particular presentation. And this is a very simple padlet. This is also actually my daughter in HUKM oncology. She's using this to teach cases for oncology cases, right? But the interesting thing about Padlet is that you can export to PDF. So if you have a group of you learning together and maybe a lecture coming in from time to time, you can later export it to PDF and you can get a 50 to 70%, 70 to 50 pages of study materials on all the things that you have done on Padlet. Okay. Let's talk. If you want to talk about virtual, you can go to Second Life. Lecturers can do this. They are already doing this. Actually, people are learning virtual chemistry in Second Life. You can go in as a person and you can get to do all the experiment. Okay, even the businesses are doing this. AR for future of dentistry, like Kapanu. I'm not going to show that, right? But here we can get expert in our classroom now. Now that it is possible now, right? And in UiTM, we have this. We have Professor Dr. Isamidin here teaching 3 universities, UiTM, National University of Uzbekistan and Samarkand. So you can see at the same time, 3 locations. We have students at 3 locations. They're all learning at the same time. Interesting, isn't it? All right. And if you do this for dentistry, you may be able to broadcast some of, the difficult things that you are doing, because all this while students need to lean to take a look at it. You can do that as well. Okay, that's technology. So for the student, the simple thing that you can do is to use a lot of this Chrome extension or Google apps. For example, Google Keep. So Google Keep is this little button here that you put on your Chrome bar. So when you are reading, let's say I'm reading pathology here and I want to keep it as a note, I highlight and it goes to my note. So I can have a title and then I can save it to my Google Keep. So if I were to open my Google Keep, I have all the notes that I have saved. Also something like another one is Power Notes. Power Notes is for you to be writing. If you have a project paper and you are reading something and you say, oh, this is good, so you can actually put it into your project. This project using Power Notes, you can have an outline. You can even screen capture. I'm not going to show that anyway. So just check out Power Notes and Google Keep as just 2 examples of the things that can help you study. Of course, I use a lot of mind mapping because I'm a visual person. So I teach students to use mind mapping when the subject is heavy. So these are part of some of my students' work. And this is what I do when I was preparing for this particular presentation as well, so that you can see what you want to present and what you want to to communicate, right? Okay, for those who are into drawing, because youngsters nowadays, they have lots of talents. If you are good at this, you may want to use sketchnoting. Go learn how to do this and you can have beautiful notes using sketchnoting as well. Okay, and of course, if I were to put everything down, there are lots and lots of Web 2.0 tools that will enhance regulation and motivation and support well-being. So if we look at Trello, for example, this is how my students collaborate on Trello. I chose this one because I like this part that they have. This is how they describe their journey, how they overcome the problem, they set up meeting, they understand and help each other. These are the members and their role. If I were to click this, I get to see Arif Najmi's role, and this is Faiz. At the end, I get to see their final output. Same thing here. Students are using this as well to manage project. You can even use it as your own project, not having anyone, or later you can invite someone to come in and look at your project. So it's a very powerful tool to me. There are many other apps such as Trello, like Write and so on. Okay. from time to time, we want to get away from the content. This is something that I used when I was doing my PhD. Now, in order to use, you have to pay for it. It was free before. You can do this for cognitive training. It's very good actually because it train your speed, your memory, your attention, your flexibility, your problem solving, and now they actually even help you with language and math. So you can go to the games for the day and you go through it. You're actually exercising your brain and you can get your stats. If you subscribe properly, you can see the stats, see how your memory has improved and so on. Okay, so yeah, you can also track your well-being. We pray a lot, we seek solace in prayers, of course, but from time to time we can have some of these apps helping us. This is Happify. It will help track your well-being. It will give you some question. It will look at what you need. In my case, I'm not stressed, so they don't give me this reduced stress. I'm not grieving, but they suggested conquer negative thoughts. Maybe there are times when I have negative thoughts, so I can just go through some of the exercise and help, just help through using this. It may help me with managing my emotions or my mental well-being. Okay, so before I end, I think I took 1 hour. All right. We in UiTM, we really want to advocate inspired learning. So we want you to go beyond I hear, I forget, I see, I remember, I do understand. We want you to be thinking. We want you to go to the three other things. I think, I discover, I feel, I will value, I share, I gain. So if we can do this, you will have a beautiful experience going through your undergraduate or postgraduate years. And inshallah, you will remember us for the rest of your life. So to end, I would like to share this quote. Never stop learning. We are talking about learning because life never stop teaching. So all the best to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for listening. So I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you, Prof. Was indeed an eye-opening topic. So, Prof, we have received a couple of questions from the participants. The first question we have is from
Okay, I'm kind of losing you.
From your ITM.
Okay, Aisha, I can't seem to hear you well. Aisha, can you repeat the question? Because I couldn't hear the question just now.
All right, Prof.
Sorry.
Prof, can you hear me?
Yes. This is much better. Yes.
All right. So, Prof, we do have a question from Associate Prof. Datin Dr. Mahyuna from UiTM. Okay. So, Datin said, Prof. Azia, thank you for the mountains of information. One of the main problem in work and life is communication. So, how can ODL incorporate these communication capabilities? Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Datin, you should be giving me the answer. Anyway, ODL, actually, we've got a lot of avenues for communication to communicate, especially during when using online. So when you say how do we do it on in ODL, how do I answer this? Because when it comes to us with the students, let me just answer in terms of teaching and with the student. When we are in ODL, we do not think of going to class for 2-3 hours and then stop and then coming back next week for the next session. We don't do that because ODL will not, when we do things through online learning or ODL, that will not support learning. So the communication will have to perpetuate or propagate throughout the week. And it is easier now because we have our WhatsApp group, we have our Telegram groups, and so on. So this is what I do in my case lah. I have classes on sessions on Friday. I will come in again on Monday to check on the student, and again on Thursday before class. So I know sometimes they get annoyed with me saying, Assalamualaikum, how are you people doing? But I think after some time they understand that. And in fact, they're waiting for me to sometimes to give some questions or whatever in order we can go into the next class more prepared or more connected. The word is being connected. So I think what you're saying is that how do we stay connected via ODL? So lecturers, like I said, even students, you cannot go into one session and then cut off from the rest of the class throughout the week and then come in again next week. You have somehow, you have to be in communication almost every day with your lecturer or with your with your friends, with your peers. In terms of technology, there are many ways, but I think we are very good when it comes to technology for communication. We've got the social media, we've got WhatsApp, we've got email. We don't use email much, in fact, nowadays because it's faster through WhatsApp or Telegram. So I think technology-wise, no problem. It's just how we communicate to the students or to our lecturers. So we don't do that, of course, with the term adab being in place. We do not how do I say send messages to your lecturer at 2 in the morning. Lecturers, please do not send messages to the students at 3 in the morning asking them to submit at 8 in the morning. You don't do that, of course. I don't think it happened in dentistry. That's why your learning experience is good. See, so I hope I have answered your question, Datin. I'm not so sure what is it that I'm supposed to address actually, but to me communication is number one. I did not put it in the slide just now because I think we have to do that, right? So does that answer your question, Datin? Oh, she was not able to answer. They're on YouTube. Okay, Aisha.
Okay. Prof, we have the second question. So this one is from Camelia Azlin from UiTM as well. So Camelia asks, in your opinion, Prof, how do we as students can achieve the optimum knowledge dimension?
The optimum knowledge dimension, which one? Metacognitive, or you're talking about the dimension that I showed just now, right? Okay, so how I think your program or your course has already been designed in such a way that you will have to achieve all those. Dentistry and medical, basically, you will have to achieve all those. So basically, you will have to understand the outcome. You look at what are the outcomes laid out for you for the course and also for the program, and you need to achieve that. Right, when it comes to metacognitive, there's a lot of practice that you have to do because it's thinking about thinking or something like that, right? So it's not cognitive such as in the sense of remembering things. So you have to do a lot of practice. That's why I at the end of the presentation, I showed you Lumosity, for example. It will help train your brain. In terms of knowledge, when you look at a case, for example, you cannot be reading facts only. You have to look at cases. And I'm sure in dentistry, you've got lots of cases that you have to look at. That's why I said it's already been built into your program or into your course. Not in my course, for example. I have to bring in the cases so that my students can really look at the cases and see, okay, how do I solve this problem? So normally, my research design. When I do research for my PhD and even now, I do a lot of what we call design and development research. When you do design and development research, you need to have this kind of design mindset where you look at the problem. So I think this is how you do it. You also look at the case, the problem, and you question. You have question. You have to let out questions on how to solve it or how to plan for the treatment in your case. So treatment plan ni memang banyak kan. So when you go through that, you are already exercising that knowledge dimension. I believe so in terms of medical and also dental student. A dental education expert will be able to answer that better than me actually. Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you, Prof. All right, so that's all for the Q&A session for today. Thank you, Professor Dr. Nur Azia, for entertaining the
welcome.
questions. And thank you to our audience for your active participation. So hopefully we all benefit from today's presentation by our Professor Dr. Nur Azia alias.
Thank you to the organizers. Likewise, yeah. Thank you to all for listening and spending time listening.
Thank you, Prof.
All right.
So next, we have oral presentation by our Year 4 undergraduate students, international undergraduate dental students, and our postgraduate students. Please click on the link on our official website to enter the breakout rooms. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all the honorable panelists, professors, doctors, lecturers, and fellow friends. Welcome to the 11th UiTM Dental Student Scientific Symposium. Our theme this year is Dentistry Against All Odds, Revolutionizing Research and Practice. My name is Fatimah Munira and I will be your moderator for today's oral presentation session. And our timekeeper is Ilmi Koyim. This oral presentation can be streamed on the Symposium live telecast YouTube channel on our website. Would like to request all presenters and all symposium participants to fill in the attendance link on our website for the morning session. Today, we are really honored to have Professor Dr. Rohana Ahmad from Faculty of Dentistry UiTM, Associate Professor Dr. Jamal Hussaini from Faculty of Medicine UiTM, and Dr. Hasina Binti Rani from Faculty of Dentistry UKM as our panel of judges for the main talk. Before we begin, please allow me to lay down a few house rules for today's session. Rules and regulations for today's oral presentation are: first is, all presenters must be ready at least 10 minutes prior to your allocated presentation time. Second is, all presenters are required to use the provided virtual background in our website for the Q&A session on the scheduled slot. The third is, the pre-recorded video presentation will be played by the committee for 10 minutes and subsequently followed by a 5-minute live Q&A session by the judges. For the presenters, please ensure your camera and microphone is turned on only during this session. First bell will ring at 4 minutes of the Q&A session and another bell will be at the end of the Q&A session. After the Q&A session ends, the moderator will cue to the next presenter. The fifth is, in case of any technical difficulties during the video presentation or the Q&A session, the other presenters must be on standby should the allocated time be brought forward or earlier. Without delaying any further, let's start with our first recorded oral presentation by Nur Shaza Amni binti Ibrahim and Muhammad Rafizul Helmi bin Ramli with their research topic Antimicrobial Effect of Heterotrigona Itama propolis from 2 different regions of Malaysia against Enterococcus faecalis.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. I bid to all the judges, lecturers and fellow colleagues. I am Nur Shaza Amni and my partner Muhammad Rafizul Helmi will be presenting our research regarding antimicrobial effect of Heterotrigona itama propolis from 2 different regions in Malaysia against E. faecalis. It is supervised by Associate Professor Iqmal, Professor Dr. Fuad and Dr. Hasna.
First of all, as we all know, endodontic infections are a common complication of endotreated teeth. E. faecalis is the most frequent microorganism found in failed root canal treatment. A study by Pimenta et al. In 2015 suggests that E. faecalis is resistant towards calcium hydroxide, which is a common intracanal medicament used in root canal treatment. Calcium hydroxide is used due to its antimicrobial properties, osteogenic potential, and temporary physical seal it provides towards the root canal. Although E. faecalis can withstand and survive in this environment created by the calcium hydroxide. Moving on to propolis, which is also known as bee glue. It is formed with the reaction of components between trees and plants with bee secretions such as wax and saliva. It contains more than 300 components such as phenolic compounds, flavonoids, and flavonoids. Their composition depends on the regional climate, the type of trees accessible to the bees, and some depends on bee species. The dominant pollinators for Peninsular Malaysia includes Heterotrigona itama, HI species, and Geniotrigona thoracica, GT species. In this study, we decided to use HI propolis because previous studies have shown that HI propolis contains higher amount of flavonoids when compared to GT propolis. To further explain, different regions with different type of trees plays a major role in determining the propolis content. This table on my left shows the farms in Rau and Lenggong with different types of trees.
The problem statement in this research is E. faecalis has a greater resistance to the calcium hydroxide. In many cases, full debridement of infected canals cannot completely disinfect some areas due to the anatomical complexities. As we all know, this intracanal medicament is synthetic product and cytotoxics. Therefore, alternative agents need to be found, especially natural products such as propolis. Studies have shown the potential of propolis against resistant microorganisms. Until now, there is no research comparing the antimicrobial properties of Malaysian HI propolis in different regions. Our research objectives are to determine and compare the antimicrobial activity of Malaysian propolis produced by HI from Raub and Lenggong against efficacy.
For the methodology, we purchased the propolis from Humayrat Honey Sendirian Berhad in Lenggong and Asta Stainless Bee Honey Farm in Raub. Then, we extracted the propolis samples with 5 steps, which are dissolution with 70% ethanol, sonication, filtration, evaporation, and lyophilization for 3 days. For the preparation of bacterial suspension, E. faecalis coded ATCC29212 was purchased from Sigma Aldrich. Then, it is rehydrated in brain heart infusion broth BHIB and is left incubated for 18 to 24 hours. Glycerol stock were also prepared from the BHIB samples and is stored in negative 80 degrees Celsius freezer for further use. Next, we proceed with antibacterial assessment, which consists of 4 tests. The tests are antibacterial sensitivity test, AST, minimum inhibitory concentration test, MIC, minimum bactericidal concentration test, MBC, and scanning electron microscopy, SEM analysis. For the data analysis, Kruskal-Wallis test was done on AST result and repeated measures ANOVA was done to compare the results from MIC.
As for the results that we have obtained, the AST test shows 100 mg per ml of MLP have a maximum zone of inhibition with diameter median IQR of 16 mm. The value of MIC estimated based on naked eye observation. The MIC value for MRP was 1.56 mg per ml, while for MLP was 6.25 mg per ml. Next, the results for the MBC, which MRP extract completely inhibited the growth of efficalis at the concentration of 25 mg per ml, whereas for the MLP, it was observed at the concentration of 100 mg per ml. This graph shows mean absorbance of MIC of MRP and MLP extract against efficalis that was analyzed using repeated measures ANOVA. Based on the statistical analysis, the overlap data at similar concentration showed no significant difference, whereas with no overlapping data, significant difference was seen between the concentration. Last but not least, SEM analyses were done to evaluate the cell morphology of efficalis after treatment with MRP and MLP and compared to the positive and negative controls. It shows 5% DMSO exhibited normal morphology efficalis. However, the cells treated with MRP and MLP extract shows changes in the cell morphology. The effects of the MRP on the cell morphology was more evident compared to MLP. Positive control calcium hydroxides was also found disrupting the cell morphology. The view of the most of the bacteria were obscured by the presence of the sedimentation caused by the calcium hydroxide.
For the discussion, AST showed MLP has a greater inhibition zone compared to MRP, while MIC, MBC, and SEM analysis showed that MRP has a stronger effect on E. faecalis compared to MLP. This may be due to the activity of the active components and compounds present in the extracts. Furthermore, AST only compared the effects of samples at certain concentration, while MIC and MBC were done to obtain the lowest concentration to inhibit growth and completely kill the bacteria respectively. SEM analysis showed that MRP has a stronger effect on the bacterial cell morphology compared to MLP. These differences could be explained due to the various and different types of trees surrounding the beehives. Studies by Tira Siripricha et al. In 2012, Kustewan et al. In 2017, and Halid et al. 2019 stated that propolis from 2 different regions of 2 different bee species during 2 different harvest times contain a component named cardol. Cardol can be found in Anarcadiaceae tree species, which is Catere trees present in their farm. Previous studies by Shahata et al. In 2020 and Ferreira et al. In 2017 states that different types of plants produces variations in their bioactivity and physiochemical contents. A study by Mahani et al. In 2013 implied that different propolis from the same species from different regions of Java and Sulawesi shows different anti-diabetic properties. Although a study by Ibrahim et al. In 2016 states that both factors plays a role in determining propolis content. For Malaysian studies, which are two papers by Ibrahim et al. In 2016, Azamin et al. In 2018, and Manafi et al. In 2019, all stated that it is B species dependent and that HI propolis is better than GT propolis in terms of antioxidant activity. The source for these propolis were taken from Besut, East Coast in Terengganu. Meanwhile, a study by Asim et al. In 2020 states that GT propolis is better than HI propolis in terms of antioxidant activity. The source for these propolis were taken from Bertam West Coast in Pulau Pinang. Based on these findings, we can say that due to the different regions the propolis were collected from, the results of the findings were different. This further supports our hypothesis that the types of trees does influence the chemical composition of propolis. For our study, we can conclude that MRP shows a higher antimicrobial effect compared to MLP. This is shown by MRP requiring a lower concentration to inhibit the growth of E. faecalis compared to MLP. SEM analysis also shows that MRP has a more profound effect on the bacterial cell morphology compared to MLP. Therefore, we can conclude that HI propolis from Raup and Lenggong are different due to the different types of trees and plants accessible to the bees surrounding the beehives. For our recommendations, firstly, for SEM analysis of calcium hydroxide, we recommend using other types of methods of comparing effects on E. faecalis, as calcium hydroxide is prone to sedimentation, resulting in an unclear photograph. Secondly, further studies on which contributing trees provide specific antimicrobial properties should be done to confirm which component provides which specific properties. And lastly, further studies on how geography predominates over bee species in determining the propolis content should be done. Our effort is to maintain natural and sustainable resources as well as invigorating the local existing Malaysian apiculture. And with that, we end our presentation today. Thank you to the audience for spending your valuable time listening to our research presentation.
Thank you very much, Nur Shaza Amni binti Ibrahim and Muhammad Rafizul Hilmi bin Ramli. Now, would like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Thank you both for a very good presentation. Just have one question. If I can start first, Dr. Jama and Dr. Hasrina, is it okay?
Yeah? Yes, please, Prof.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. So in your study that you found that this MRP outperformed MLP, right, against E. faecalis. So what do you think it attributes to? Why is it one perform better than the other?
Thank you, Prof. Rahana, for the questions.
Can you speak louder? I somehow, even though the volume to it is a bit low, like even though I have increased the volume on my computer. Yeah, I think that sounds better. Thank you.
So for our study, we found that it is antibacterial for the Malaysian propolis, and they are different due to the different farms, right? So our findings will, the clinical significance for our findings is
I'm asking, why is it different? Why do they perform differently? What's the content, the difference in the content between the two propolis?
Oh, all right. Okay, so it is a difference between two propolis because of the components of the propolis itself.
Okay, so can you tell us about the components?
The studies done by Ibrahim et al. 2016, it stated that greater activity of the HI propolis sample and compared to the GT, and it is they stated that HI propolis have a large amount of flavonoids component, And then it is also supported that the Pasupulati et al. In 2017, the phenolic compounds and flavonoids also important and found to have antimicrobial effects on the oral bacteria. So it means that different traits surrounding the hive, it affects the chemical components of the trace and then chemical components of the propolis itself.
Okay, all right, thank you. In comparison to other studies, like you found quite a high concentration at 50 milligram per mil only to be and to show antibacterial effect. Is quite high compared to other studies that shows at a concentration of only 5 milligram per ml is already effective against gram positive. Any comments on that? Why is it that in your study you require a much higher, like 10 times larger concentration to have, to show that MIC effect? When others shows that at only 5 milligram, it already demonstrated the antibacterial effect.
I think you're mute. I hear you. Who's speaking now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Shaza. Are you
right.
speaking or?
Okay. So we use our study is our study done on AST. We choose 50% 50 mg per ml and 100 mg per ml of each propolis to do the AST, and then we have a result on the zone of inhibitions of each
Is that end of 5 minutes? Is that the end of 5 minutes?
4 minutes.
The bell?
4 minutes from.
We can't hear you, Munira.
There's 1 minute left for the Q&A session. So the first bell means that.
Can you speak louder, Munira? I cannot hear you.
The first bell means that there's already 4 minutes
Oh,
of session. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe questions from Dr. Jamal?
It's okay, but next, you want to ask anything? It's okay. Selena.
Dr. Selena, any questions?
I just wonder. Thank you, bro. Okay, I just wonder. Okay. All right, it's okay. It's okay. I think I don't
Maybe
have
one
the
last
time,
question.
right?
I think Dr. Haslina, maybe we can ask one last question.
Okay. Do you know what type of tree that contributes to the difference? I mean, have you checked the trees in Lenggong and Raub? I mean, what trees are there in Lenggong? What trees are there in Raub? Did you do some checkup on that?
Yes, Dr. Haslina. We do have a tables on difference between the Lenggong and Raub farms in terms of the number of hive and type of the surrounding plants. So they have some similar trees such as kelapa, belimbing buluh, pinang, and longan, but there are many types of trees that are different between two different farms, Lenggong and Raub.
For example, what makes a difference? Because
For example, in Lenggong Perak, they have belimbing madu, jambu batu, akardani, nangka, selasih, and while for the Raub, they have manggis, durian, mempelas, senduduk, bayam liar, and so on. So this might contribute to the difference of the chemical compositions of the propolis itself, and then we need further studies to investigate what trees that contributes to the amount of the chemical compounds such as propolis that I have mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nur Shaza Amni binti Ibrahim and Muhammad Rafizul Hilmi bin Ramli. Thank you also judges for the questions. Now, before we move on to the next presentation, I would like to present the e-certificates for your participation in this symposium. Moving on to our second oral presentation, please welcome Aina Hasni binti Padrun Sham and Alia binti Ashari who will be presenting on smoking prevalence and awareness on its effects on oral health among allied health science students.
Smoking is a habit that drains your money and kills you slowly. Quit smoking and start living. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. I speak to the respected judges, moderator and timekeeper. My name is Aina Hasni and my name is Alia Azhari and we will be presenting our research report entitled Smoking Prevalence and Awareness on its Effect on Oral Health Among Allied Health Science Students. Under supervision of our DSSS Muhammad Maruf Abdul Malik and Associate Professor Dr. Siti Munira Yassi. A sneak peek into our research background, World Health Organization (WHO) reported that the prevalence of tobacco use in Malaysia is expected to drop. However, according to a report on smoking status among Malaysian adults by National Health and Mobility Survey, approximately 22.8% of Malaysian population aged 15 years and above were smokers, in which majority of them were men. A study showed that smokers has at least one kind of tobacco-related chronic diseases, and one of them include oral diseases. WHO defines oral health as a state of being free from chronic mouth and facial pain, oral and throat cancer, which is also an important component of quality of life. Smokers have worse oral health conditions compared to non-smokers. A study by Rebel JG on tobacco and oral diseases stated that this staining, reduction of ability to smell and taste, and dental caries are some of the effects of smoking on oral health. Malaysia has been focusing on legislation in regards to tobacco control among Malaysians from different backgrounds, including public health providers themselves. The descriptive cross-sectional study by Joshi LR and Shrestha S in the University of Bangladesh revealed prevalence of 33.1% of respondents from 7 public health colleges that smoke, despite their position as the primary healthcare provider. Thus, the objective of this study was to determine the prevalence of smoking and oral health status among allied health science students in Malaysia. Other than that, this research was also to determine the level of knowledge of allied health science students with regards on the effect of smoking towards oral health status. And finally, to determine the relationship between the level of knowledge and prevalence of smoking and oral health status. For the methodology, a cross-sectional study was conducted among allied health science students from 6 different courses in Institute Latihan Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia, ILKKM Sembilan from the 20th to the 31st October of 2020. After ethical approval was obtained from Ethics Committee of University Technology Mara Shah Alam, the questionnaire survey adopted from World Health Organization, Oral Health Survey, and Basic Method, and also Paul et al. In their research entitled Effect of Smoking on General and Oral Health Among College-going Students. OpenFP was used to calculate sample size, and by taking alpha value of 0.05, level of confidence 95%, and estimated proportion of 30.4%, which was taken from Jawad et al. In 2015. The final sample size needed was 201 respondents. By adjusting the attrition rate of 20%, the minimum sample size required was 241 respondents. The questionnaire adopted was modified and retested among the researcher team along with some group of students, and it was then retyped into Google Form. There were 5 parts of the questionnaire. Part A, socio-demographic information. Part B, smoking status. Part C, awareness to stop smoking. Part D, knowledge regarding effects of smoking on oral health. And Part E, oral health status. Due to coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic situation, the Google Form had been emailed to the Deputy Director Academic Affairs of ILKKM Sembilan instead of distributing it directly to the student as initially planned.
A certificate of appreciation was then granted for the participants via mail.
Data analysis was conducted using Statistical Package for Social Sciences SPSS version 25, and mean frequency distribution and percentage were used for analysis.
Features like Z-squared best was applied to find significant differences between the association of prevalence of smoking, level of knowledge on effect of smoking, and also oral health status.
For results, a total of 358 out of 519 students returned the questionnaires, making the response rates of 69%.
However, only 254 responses were included after taking the inclusion and exclusion criteria into consideration.
Table 1 showed the correlation between prevalence of smoking and demographic of participants. Among 254 allied health science students, 4.3% students smoked cigarettes, while 95.7% students did not smoke.
From here, we can observe that majority of the smokers were male, with 90.9%, in which 36.4% of the smokers were aged of 21 years old.
Students from environmental health had the highest percentage of smokers, and we also discovered that 81.8% of the smokers were not in any relationship.
Moving on to table 2 here, we have the relationship between the smoking status and level of knowledge on the effect of smoking. 90.9% and 78.5% among smokers and non-smokers respectively scored good on the level of knowledge. The p-value showed 0.347, which implied that there was no association with the level of knowledge and prevalence of smoking.
The relationship between smoking status and oral hygiene status was shown in table 3, and we observed that students voted to have 20 negative or more was the highest among smokers and non-smoker students.
Furthermore, majority of the respondents declared to clean their teeth twice or more a day, including all 100% of smokers and 86.5% of non-smokers.
They also voted to use toothpaste to clean their teeth.
The last dental visit for majority of the respondents was 6 to 12 months, including 54.5% and 27.8% of smokers and non-smokers respectively. However, there were also 1.8% among non-smokers that had never received any dental care before.
Routine checkup or treatment was said to be the common reason for last dental visit to the dentist of each. A total of 4 respondents among smokers and 63 respondents among non-smokers.
We can also remark that majority of the respondents did not have a dry mouth.
Now, moving on to discussions. The results from this study show a low smoking prevalence among allied health science students, with the highest smoking prevalence observed among male students.
Moreover, we found that smokers were knowledgeable regarding the effect of smoking. However, in this study, there was no association with the level of knowledge regarding smoking and smoking status. Hence, despite the fact that people were aware of the danger of smoking, they continued to believe that they could protect their health by doing so.
The association between level of knowledge regarding smoking and oral hygiene status were based on the questionnaires. There were several questions highlighted from Part E of the survey regarding oral health status believed to have an association with the level of knowledge and prevalence of smoking.
We found that majority of allied health science students who smoke denied having pain or discomfort, which is caused by teeth or mouth. Evidently, cigarette smoking was one of the many factors of tooth sensitivity that may cause pain. However, there was no association between the smoking status and pain or discomfort felt by the student. This is suggestively due to proper hygiene applied in their daily life.
Our study results show high frequency of respondents, including smokers that brush their teeth twice or more a day by using toothpaste, which was consistent with a study by Nassim et al. In 2017, as they revealed approximately 55.9% medical students brush their teeth twice a day.
Furthermore, majority of the respondents voted their reason as routine checkup or treatment in the last 6 to 12 months for their last dental visit. It was advisable to check our teeth every 6 months to ensure a good oral health, as bacterial plaque accumulation can lead to major periodontal diseases.
In conclusion, the results of this study suggested that allied health science students or healthcare providers still had lack of passion to learn on smoking cessation, had lack of knowledge on its association with oral health status, although there was no association between knowledge and smoking status.
Hence, this provides us with evidence that practice was not necessarily due to good knowledge.
As a proof, although the knowledge on the effects of smoking was well known, The prevalence of smoking among students were still inconsistent. It is necessary to develop more awareness among healthcare providers on smoking cessation services, which may affect their oral health status. This measure could also increase awareness to the public, and later we may get reduced smoking burden in Malaysia and improve one's quality of life. With that, these are some of our references, and thank you for your kind attention.
Alia binti Ashari for the great presentation. Before we move on to the Q&A session, we would like to remind you that the first bell will ring at 4 minutes of the Q&A session, and another bell will be at the end of the Q&A session. Next, we would like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
And anyone want to ask first?
Can I ask first,
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Hi, I just I'm interested.
We can't hear you,
We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'm interested to look at one of the measurement taken, which was to have 20 or more natural tea, right? Why did you decide to look at 20 or more natural tea? Why the figure 20?
Thank you, Dr. Hasina, for your question. Because we mentioned that if a patient have 20 or more teeth, it indicates that they have more natural teeth, meaning that we know that smokers will have multiple periodontal issue, as it will vasoconstrict the blood and so on. So they will have gingivitis and they will have periodontitis. So if we want to see whether the smoking will affect the teeth of our patient, so we will check if they have loss of teeth, meaning they have more periodontal issue and leading to tooth loss.
Okay, but your respondents are young, right?
Yes.
And the smoking history, I think, is not. What is the mean value? I'm sorry, I did not catch the mean value of the smoking history, number of years.
20 to the mean was 21 years old.
31 years old is the age, but the number of smoking, the year, how many years have they smoked before? Did you take that?
We didn't ask.
You didn't ask. History of smoking, you did not ask. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the questionnaires that you have said, was it validated?
Yes, both the questionnaire have already validated, and then we modify and then we test it among the researchers.
Yes, that's what I mean. When you modify a question, when did you validate the post modification? Because I see that you took it from a standard, from WHO, some website, and then you modify that. Was that questionnaire taken, modified one? Was it validated by the ethics members in the faculty?
It was approved by the ethical committee in University Malaysia.
Okay, did you find the reason behind why at all the allied health science students smoke in first place? Was there any reason why they pick up smoking in
we didn't maybe because they are students and they are young, maybe because of the stress, but we didn't really ask why they smoke.
Because being in allied health sciences, the medical health sciences, why in first place they even smoke, knowing somehow the other they have some information about smoking.
Yes, they were knowledgeable, but regardless of knowing the impact of smoking, they still smoke.
I see. Okay. Any ways of means of conveying the report or result or announcing what your findings to the committee or to the participants?
Sorry, Prof, can you please
Is there
repeat
any
the
way
question?
that any means you're going to be announcing to them what's the outcome or how to or publish your data or somehow to part of your
Yes,
awareness?
yes. We already have returned back the responses to each of the participants, and we also have given the data to the academic affairs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just have one question. The oral health status that you mentioned is just based on the questionnaires, right? You did not examine the participants' oral health.
Yes.
Yeah. So how sure are you that what you said, the correlation is actually valid, that there is no association between smoking and oral health status or oral hygiene status, since you did not examine the mouth?
Okay. This is totally depend on the participant itself. But maybe in the future, if we have more time and after this COVID-19 pandemic situation, we plan to have a DMFT assessment.
Oh, okay. So actually you wanted to have a clinical examination, but due to the pandemic, you're not able to do it. So I think you should mention that as a limitation in your presentation, so that we understand, it is this conclusion or correlation was made not based on clinical examination that you intend to do. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, judges, and also presenters for answering the questions and for that wonderful presentation. Before we proceed with the next presentation, we will present the certificate of participation as a thank you for your willingness to contribute towards this year's symposium. Next, for our third oral presentation, please welcome Nur Afika Aina binti Amran and Nurin Hazira binti Encik Muhammad Azmi, who will be discussing to us on antifungal efficacy of Ocimum basilicum essential oil incorporated into tissue conditioner against Candida albicans.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. I am Nurafika Aina and along with me is Nurin Hazira. The title of our research is Antifungal Efficacy of Ocimum basilicum Essential Oil Incorporated into Tissue Conditioners Against Candida albicans. Denture stomatitis is a recurrent inflammation or erythema and burning sensation of denture-bearing tissues under complete or partial dentures. Several studies have reported that causes are multifactorial for denture-induced stomatitis. Candida albicans are most often associated with denture stomatitis due to the surface roughness and microporosities of the denture surface, causing Candida albicans to adhere and form colonies on the fitting surface. Therefore, tissue conditioner can be used to regain the health of soft tissue in order to prevent the soft tissue in the oral cavity from prolonged irritation. A study done by Douglas and Walker suggested a treatment where we combine tissue conditioner and antifungal agents, where in our research we use Ocimum basilicum essential oil incorporated into tissue conditioner. A study done by Eddie Guzel in 2005 showed that Ocimum basilicum has anti-candidal effect against Candida albicans, and this shows that OBEO, Ocimum basilicum essential oil, has a promising solution for patients with denture stomatitis in order to substitute a medicinal-based product, nystatin, with a plant-based.
I will continue with our problem statement. There are a few disadvantages of tissue conditioner including loss of softness, water sorption, colonization of Candida albicans, and adhesion failure between the liner and the denture base. Due to this factor, along with the presence of saliva and serum pellicle in the oral cavity, the usage of tissue conditioner will enhance the fungal biofilm formation. This will lead to the next problem as we will use the antifungal drugs to suppress the fungal activity. However, there are cases where the systemic dosage of antifungal activity was not effective against the candida infested on the denture fitting surface, and if these drugs are overused, it will cause just toxic effects on the patient. Therefore, alternatives of antifungal agents that are naturally available such as Osimum basilicum are needed.
Moving on to the objectives of our research, which is to evaluate the antifungal activities of Osimum basilicum essential oil compared to nystatin and deionized water, to compare color difference, surface roughness, and surface morphology of tissue conditioner when incorporated with 1.25 and 5% of Osimum basilicum essential oil, and also to evaluate the antibiofilm activity of tissue conditioner when incorporated with 1.25 and 5% of Osimum basilicum essential oil.
Continue with the methodology of our research. Firstly, this in vitro experimental study was carried out for 14 days. This study involved 3 different groups, where the first group consists only tissue conditioner and it also served as a negative control. For the second and third group, being the tissue conditioner incorporated with Osimum basilicum at concentration of 1.25% and 5% at 5 ml respectively. Next, the specimens were prepared using tissue conditioner viscogel, polymethyl acrylate, disc shape mold, and also glass slab. Color measurements were made using spectrophotometer on day 1 of Osimum basilicum essential oil incorporated into the tissue conditioner. 3 readings were made for each specimen, and the mean value were calculated and recorded using the C-Lab color scale. Next, a surface profilometer was used to record the surface roughness on the day 1. For each specimen, 4 passes were carried out and the mean value for the surface roughness was used for the statistical analysis. The surface morphology then observed using the scanning electron microscope SEM at the 500 magnifications. The antibiofilm activity was evaluated using the crystal violet assay. Last but not least, the statistical analysis was done using the SPSS version 26.
Moving on to our results, the first thing that we observed was the zone of inhibition of 3 different groups against Candida albicans. The process done was this diffusion. As we can see from figure 1, deionized water labeled D showed no antifungal activity against Candida albicans, as there is no zone of inhibition seen on all 3 different plates. As for nystatin labeled N and OBEO labeled EO from the figure, shows a positive response on the antifungal activity. However, we can see that the zone of inhibition of Osimum basilicum essential oil is bigger in diameter as compared to the zone of inhibition of nystatin. Next, the minimum inhibitory concentration MIC and minimum fungicidal concentration MFC of Osimum basilicum essential oil against Candida albicans were recorded at 1.25 and 5% respectively. The third thing that we observed throughout the research was the color difference of the tissue conditioner when Osimum basilicum essential oil was incorporated with 2 different concentrations, 1.25 and 5% on day 1. From the table, where 1-way anuvatase was applied, followed by post-hoc comparison, there was no significant difference in the mean value of light dye character, labeled L, among the 3 groups where P is more than 0.05. However, for the mean value of A, which is red-green character, and B, yellow-blue character, there were significant differences where P is less than 0.001. Between the 2 concentrations, 1.25% of Osimum basilicum essential oil showed more changes in L and A values but less changes in B values. Overall, there are only slight differences in L and B values. Using the formula, the total color difference, value of OBEO, 1.25% and 5% were calculated, and the results obtained were 0.6714 and 0.6729 respectively.
Normally, tissue conditioner has uneven surface roughness where it promotes the adherence of Candida albicans. Therefore, we want to observe if there are any changes in the surface roughness when the tissue conditioner incorporated with Osimum basilicum essential oil. From the graph, we can analyze that the tissue conditioner incorporated with oxymobasilicum has less surface roughness both in 1.25% and 5% concentration as compared to the control group. Surface morphology is usually related with the surface roughness. For the scanning electron microscope analysis taken on the day 1 of incorporation of oxymobasilicum into the tissue conditioner, all three groups demonstrated some deterioration with time. Last but not least, we observed the adherence of candidate albicans on the disc on the day 1 and day 14. There are significant differences in adhesion between the control group and the treatment group. From the figure 5, we can see that on the day 1, control group have the highest crystal violet absorbance, which indicate the highest addition of candida cells on the surface compared to the disc incorporated with 1.25% and 5% oxymobasilicum essential oil. It was also observed even at the day 14 of the preparation, the relative addition of candida to the 1.25% and 5% remained lower compared to the negative control.
All in all, we can discuss from the result of the zone of inhibition, the data indicates that oxymobasilicum essential oil has stronger antifungal activity compared to nystatin and deionized water against Candida albicans. Thus, oxymobasilicum essential oil can be considered as having a comparable inhibition activity against Candida albicans. For the color changes, the incorporation of oxymobasilicum essential oil slightly affects the color of tissue conditioner, but the changes are still acceptable as both groups showed a total color difference that did not exceed 3.3. With that, we can say that the tissue conditioner shows good color stability after being incorporated with oxymobasilicum essential oil at both concentrations. From the result, the surface roughness of the tissue conditioner shows no significant difference when OBEO is incorporated into the tissue conditioner. However, it shows less surface roughness than the control group. It indicates that the incorporation of OBEO does not change or disturb the properties of tissue conditioner. The results of surface morphology suggested that the incorporation of oxymobasilicum essential oil into tissue conditioner may result in better surface regularities. Lastly, the adherence of Candida albicans, it shows a promising solution for oral hygiene of denture wearers when oxymobasilicum essential oil was incorporated into tissue conditioner. In conclusion, from the research that was done, incorporation of oxymobasilicum essential oil into tissue conditioners proves to have a promising antifungal agent for denture wearer patients.
For the limitation of our study, there is lack of our environment, the study is only done on a single species fungi, there are also time and cost constraints. It must emphasize that the entire antifungal properties has not been clarified. Thus, further study are warranted to investigate this issue and other mechanical properties. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nur Afika Aina binti Amran and Nurin Hazira binti Encik Muhammad Azmi for the great presentation. Now, would like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
You want to ask first, Dr. Jamal?
Okay, just one quick one before. Thank you, Prof. I just want to know about the comparison that you've done on the zone of inhibition when you were doing it. You mentioned it was larger compared to your control, which is nystatin, is it? Can you?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, can you elaborate how do you come to that? What do you mean by larger, and what is the difference in the size of this zone, and was it significant difference, and why you chose this the control, and how did you come up with this, like to say that it's got a better antifungal property?
From the zone of inhibition test, the concentration of EO we use are actually 100%, and we choose nystatin because nystatin is one of the most commonly antifungal drug used. And the zone of inhibition was taken using the digital calipers. And from the from the zone of emission taken, the average diameter for the nystatin is 15.13 millimeter, and for the osmium basilicum is 36.96 millimeter, which is we can see that there are large difference between the nystatin and the essential oil.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, from your reading, what are the major active compounds in this essential oil that gives that antifungal effect?
Okay, Prof. So from our research then, we assume it is from linalool as from the analysis provided in table 1. From the GC profiling, it shows that the highest percentage in the compound of OBEO is linalool. So in further study, we would like to test on a more specific GC profiling on the linalool itself, whether it shows to get the specific value of the efficacy of the against antifungal activity.
Okay, that's good. And from your reading also, what is the mechanism of action of this active compound on the fungus? Do you know how it acts on those Candida albicans?
From our study, when we incorporated the essential oil into the tissue conditioner, we only test for the adherence of the candida.
Okay, so how does it prevent that adherence?
So for the mechanism of action, we didn't know specifically. From the study, we only know that with incorporation of essential oil, it reduced the adherence of the candida onto the tissue conditioner surface.
Okay. All right. And just wonder, why did you test the change in color just after 1 day of immersion in those oil and the other compounds, other components? Why did you just do it after 1 day? Why don't you leave it for longer? Because like for adherence, I saw that you waited 14 days, right? But to check the difference in color after immersion, just after 1 day, why such a short period of time?
Actually, doctor, we're planning to take the measurement on the day 1 and day 14, but due to the limited time, we only managed to take the measurement for the day 1.
Okay, so you're supposed to do it on day 14, but you cannot wait after 14 days to do it.
Yes, actually.
Yes, due to the limitation as we cannot enter the laboratory
For
day to
during the
day, so
pandemic,
it's
is it? Oh,
yeah.
okay. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Dr. Slina, any other questions?
Just one last question, very quick question. Do you know any other oral healthcare products that use OBEO?
Currently, we didn't know any commercial product using the OBEO.
So you haven't found anything, have not read any on this yet?
It's just that according to Eddie Guzal in 2005, he showed that the extract of Osimum basilicum have anti-candidal effects against Candida albicans and as well as antibacterial activities, according to his studies.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and also presenters for answering the questions and for that eye-opening presentation. Now, would like to present the e-certificates for the presenters for your participation in this symposium. For our fourth recorded oral presentation, please welcome Khatijah binti Hussein and Mashita binti Hasanuddin with their research topic, the relationship between stress and social media and their impact on academic performance among preclinical dental students in UiTM.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mashita Hasanuddin and along with me is Khatijah Hussein. Today, we will be presenting on our elective research proposal which titled The Relationship Between Stress, Social Media and Academic Performance Among UiTM Preclinical Dental Students. Our supervisors are Dr. Ina Muhammad Amin and Mrs. Izian Baharudin. These are the content of our presentation. Stress has become part of student academic life due to various internal and external expectations placed upon their shoulders. Now, let's start with our research background. According to Jia et al., stress can be defined as physiological response and adaptation of body to any demand for change. We can classify stress into eustress and distress, in which eustress is positive stress with health behavioral benefits. Meanwhile, distress is also known as a negative stress. It is actually have been reported that there is high prevalence rate of stress among undergraduate students from local universities. In regard to social media, it is term that often used to refer a new form of media that involve interactive participation. There are a lot of its functions, but in education, social media may be used to enhance effective function, form a study group, collect and share the information, share personal academic interests with other people, and many more. However, too much spend time on social media in daily life may lead to other bad consequences such as stress, anxiety, depression, distractions, receiving wrong information, and may develop antisocial behaviors which is not good for them. Even though there is little literature available, but still there is lacking of information on the effect of social media and stress behavior on the academic performance of preclinical dental students. So, how do these two factors correlate with each other? How does stress and social media affect their academic performance? This is what we are looking for in our study. Therefore, our first objective of this study is to investigate the prevalence of social media users among UiTM undergraduate dental students and their relation with the level of stress faced by students. And also, we want to see what is the relationship between student stress and their impact on academic performance. Now, moving on to our method of study one by one. So, our study was using a descriptive survey method, which is a cross-sectional study. This study was carried out in Faculty of Dentistry, UiTM Singapore, starting from September 2019 until April 2021. We were distributed the questionnaire via Google Form. The participants involved in this study were all UiTM undergraduate preclinical dental students, which is year 1 and year 2 students. As for data collection, this is a social media and academic performance of students questionnaire that produced by Department of Educational Administration, University of Lagos, ECOCA. This questionnaire have been validated and modified by two experts in our faculty, which are Associate Professor Dr. Ida Hassan Hassan and Mrs. Vivian Ahmed. And this questionnaire consists of 19 items. And another data collection is perceived stress scale. It is used to measure self-reported level of stress in students by assessing feelings during the last month. There are 10 items that need to be answered. And we are actually also include demographic part in our questionnaire. All students' academic performance was actually measured by obtaining their total marks of their examination and also their current marks. So we got this from academic unit of faculty and it was kept confidentially. We are using statistical product and service solution DSSS version 27 software to analyze all of our data. Descriptive statistics were used in order to obtain the frequency and percentage for demographic data and the prevalence. Then, simple integration and presentation were used in testing the association between variables of interest.
Salam and good afternoon everyone. I'm Khatijah Hussein. As for my part, I will be presenting about the result and statistical analysis that we have done in our research study. The first one is the demographic characteristic, which is overall there are 165 students with age around 19 to 25 years old are participated in our study. So this demographic characteristic shows the gender distribution, years of study, and also family income. For the gender distribution, we can see there are 136 female compared to male 36 respondents involved in the study, showing that the number of female students are higher compared to male students. And then the study's population involved, they are more, the almost equal for both year 1 and year 2, which is year 1 59.7% respondents and year 2 50.3%. And then for the family income on my right side is the family income distribution for all respondents. So 34.5% are coming from the students with a family income less than 4,850K salary. And then for the 37% are coming from the family income between 4 to 10K salary. And then for 28.5% are coming from the salary more than 10K. So this pie chart represents the prevalence of the social media usage. So you can see here the most visited sites were WhatsApp, followed by Instagram, YouTube, and Google Meet. Here we can see that WhatsApp shows the highest percentage of usage because most of the students at lecture we communicate using WhatsApp as the main platform, as it is easy to access and convenience. Google Meet, we do believe, contribute to the high usage among students because we do believe that most students and lecturers use it as the online learning at home during the pandemic since last year. And the least utilized social media is Tumblr, which is only 1.8% users. Analysis by gender and years of study as per shown in graph also reveals that WhatsApp, Instagram, and YouTube are the most prevalent social media used by the students. The usage of the social media is actually high and evenly distributed between all the students regardless of their genders and also the years of the studies. So this slide shows the table of the simple linear regression and Pearson correlation of each social media domains towards stress. So in this table, we want to see the correlation between the social media domains towards stress. So from this table, we found that there is a significant relationship of social media addiction and social media usage towards the stress level, which is P less than 0.05. They shows a positive linear relationship with little correlation, means that the higher the social media usage, the higher the amount of stress. So meanwhile, the result from the social media exposure indicate no significant relationship as P more than 0.05. So this second table shows the effect of social media and stress towards the students' academic performance. There is significant linear relationship between the level of stress and students' academic performance, which is P less 0.05. The observed correlation coefficient is negative 0.175, suggesting that the negative linear relationship and little correlation. However, the finding between the social media addiction, exposure, and usage toward the academic performance were not significant, as p-value below than 0.05. This shows that students were able to maintain or perform their academic performance as they are not affected much by the social media. Let's move on to our discussion. One of our main objectives is to investigate the prevalence of the social media users among UiTM undergraduate students. WhatsApp is the most utilized social media, followed by Instagram, YouTube, and Gmeet, as we can see in the slides. And our study also shows that the usage of the social media is high and evenly distributed between all the students, regardless of their genders and also years of studies. This is because social media is one of the quick and easy online platforms to interact with and communicate with people nowadays, and this might be due to the pandemic issues happen, so there's a limitation of the students to do a face-to-face social interaction. Thus, by using this online platform will actually make them stay alive and stay connected with others. Our objective also includes the relationship between social media with the level of stress faced by students. The findings suggest that the high usage of social media may increase the stress level of students. As we know, WhatsApp is the most highly utilized social media by the students, and high usage of this platform can lead to increased stress level. However, other social media platform may also contribute to the students' stress. High stress level due to the social media may arise when the students misuse and overuse this platform. When the student misuse and overuse it, this is when the cyberbullying can occur. This is when the student having a low self-esteem because they keep comparing themselves with everything to the others. And then peer pressure can also happen because they are struggling to update their social media just to be on the same page with other peers. Our study research shows that there is a statistically significant negative correlation between the level of stress and the student's academic performance. This means that the higher the stress level actually reduce the academic performance. So this is because too much stress will lead to the reduced students' ability to concentrate in their studies and consequently affecting their academic performance. According to Huang Wai et al., those who have an intrinsic academic motivation have been recognized to be negatively associated with depression and also stress. Intrinsic motivation is referred to do something because it is enjoyable and interesting rather than because of an outside incentive or pressure to do it, such as the reward or deadline. Thus, intrinsic academic motivation could be able to reduce the depression and stress as the students are studying without being pressured. Okay, next one is there is no significance correlation between the social media domain and academic performance. This means that the student might have unlimited access to social media, but it doesn't affect much their academic performance. So it can be due to the adaptiveness and familiarity with the social media users and application which allow them to navigate sites and find out the relevant information for academic and social purposes. Or maybe because of the students are able to manage their time and can maximize the advantages of the social media usage wisely. Briefly to conclude, WhatsApp is the most highly visited and preferred social media among UiTM pre-clinical dental students regardless of its years of studies and genders. And this is because of its accessibility and also convenience. And also social media may cause the level of stress increase, thus a high level of stress will be affecting the students' academic performance. And these are all our references that we use in our studies, so that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khatijah binti Hussein and Mashita binti Hasanuddin for the wonderful presentation. Moving on to the next session, would like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
Okay, maybe Dr. Haslina would like to ask first.
Thank you very much, Prof. So Khadijah and Mashita, so is presenting at this colloquium, is eustress or distress for you? Is it a positive stress, negative stress?
I think it is more to distress.
Distress. Okay.
Distress, a positive. Okay.
Negative. Distress is negative stress.
Oh,
Okay.
negative.
I just want you to repeat your conclusion again. One of your conclusion, the second conclusion, because I was a bit confused by that.
For the conclusion,
Yeah, conclusion.
the most visited preferred social media is WhatsApp, and the last one is the social media may cause the level of stress become increased. So the increase of the social media make the level of stress increase, thus the high level of stress will be affecting your student academic performance.
But in your in the research itself, you did not find any correlation between use of social media and academic performance, right?
Yes, certain.
Right. Okay. Okay. One more question about the questionnaire, SMART pause, right?
Yes,
what type of validation and reliability test did you do for the questionnaire?
We did the face validation.
So it's a score, right? So you did not do any content validation or...
And also we did the content validation.
How did you do the content validation?
Yes.
How did you do it?
We do that by recruit the 20 of the undergraduate year 3 dental students and ask them to answer the questionnaire.
So you pre-tested the questionnaire. So did you also check the reliability of the questionnaire? What was the value? Because you are using a scale, a tool, right? When you use a tool, you need a proper validity and reliability test in order for you to use the tool as to measure whatever that it is that you want to measure. So it was not clear in your method just now, so that's why I'm asking. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you
Can
for
I
the
ask
question.
now? Yeah. Okay. Next. Okay. From your, I'm also asking about the conclusion. Just now, I couldn't quite, can't really hear what was your answer to the second conclusion. You said the stress, social media affects stress, so stress affect academic performance, right? But the stress is just not just caused by social media. There are many other factors that cause stress, right? So how sure are you is the social media that's actually causing the decrease in academic performance, not the other factors of stress which you did not take into account? So how valid is your conclusion? Any one of you?
Okay, so because of our research study is related to
Can you
the
speak louder, Khatijah?
related to my can you hear me?
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay. So in our research study is the relationship between the stress, social media, and also academic performance, right? So we did the studies to correlate between the stress, social media, and academic performance. However, there is no correlation, direct correlation between the social media and academic performance. So and also in our studies, we mentioned in the introduction also influenced by the implicit and also explicit factors because it's not only the social media can lead to the student stress level increase. So in our conclusion, the social media is one of the factors that can lead to the increased stress level that affect student academic performance.
But how was your conclusion just now? Can you read your conclusion again? Because we couldn't refer back to your slide. Do you remember the exact sentence of your conclusion? Because it's different from your abstract, right? The conclusions that you made.
For the abstract, we have amend the abstract. The latest abstract is on the full report, full ERP report.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do I get to ask question or is it your time up?
I think you can, right? Yes, yes.
Oh, I actually the same thing I wanted to ask Prof. has already asked that question about what the other factors that could be causing the stress other than what other factors you could have included in your questionnaire other than finance that could, highlight the other factors that can highlight as a stress, yeah? Just maybe social media cannot always be part of the stress developer. It can sometimes it as a stress reliever as well, yeah? So that aspect also could have, you could have looked into it as well. Any areas that you look into that is to use it as a stress relieving? Yes.
I think they can use it as if they want to relieve their stress, they will spend their time on update their social life or other else, and also watching a video, something like that.
Was that the part of your questionnaire that to ask about whether they use the social media as the stress relieving or to get away from the stress or something?
Yes, we include in the questionnaire as well.
All right, thank you.
Right. Thank you all the judges.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges and presenters, for answering the questions and for the great presentation. Now, we'll present the e-certificates as a thank you for your willingness to contribute towards this year's symposium. Moving on with our next oral presentation by Raihana Shuhada binti Abdul Rahim and Nurul Husna binti Abdul Majid with their research topic, Formulation and Evaluation of Mere Toothpaste.
Assalamualaikum and good morning to all panels and members of the floor. I am Raihana Shuhada and along with me today is Nurul Husna. The title for our presentation this morning will be Formulation and Evaluation of Mere Toothpaste with Associate Professor Dr. Louis Thanun Yunis as our supervisor.
The problem statement of the research is the decay of teeth and gingival problems are commonly occurring and negatively affecting the quality of population. Despite of having improvement in oral health measures and usage of fluoridated toothpaste, oral health problems incidence does not stop yet. Hence, there is a high demand for innovative efforts to develop a new product which may help in reducing the intensity of oral problems. According to Kareva et al. 2020, most oral healthcare products containing herbal ingredients are available in the market. Randomized control trials have shown that herbal oral care products are relatively superior to non-herbal products. And to formulate a herbal oral care product, the active ingredient must be safe, non-toxic, effective, and well-known to the public. Next, historically, myrrh was used in the Roman Empire to treat the wounded soldiers. It is also used in Chinese medicine and aromatherapy. It is a resinous exudate and is obtained from the stem of different species of commiphora trees. Myrrh can also come in many forms such as oil, resin, and gums. The name myrrh comes from the ancient Arabic and Hebrew word mur, myrrh, which means bitterness. Myrrh helps in reducing dental plaque and gingival inflammation. It also has multi-actions of antibacterial, antifungal, anti-inflammatory, antiseptic, and astringent effects. Myrrh is reported to have medicinal properties and have been used in traditional medicines against a variety of diseases. The objective of this research is to formulate and measure the cytotoxicity level of organic myrrh toothpaste. The first methodology is the extraction of myrrh. At first, myrrh resin was crushed into powder with pestle and mortar, and then myrrh powder was then soaked in the ionized distilled water at a ratio of 100 gram myrrh with 500 milliliter of water at room temperature for 48 hours. After that, the watery myrrh was filtered to obtain the purified myrrh solution. In the following, the filtration process, myrrh solution was placed in centrifuge tubes and underwent a freeze drying process for 72 hours. The freeze-dried myrrh was kept in the fridge to be used in the preparation of myrrh toothpaste. The second methodology is preparation of myrrh toothpaste. These are all the ingredients that were used to prepare the myrrh toothpaste. First one is myrrh extract, polymer, surfactant, sodium bicarbonate, and natural sweetener. After we have done several pilot trials in measuring the ingredients quantities and mixing procedure, the following procedure was done to prepare myrrh toothpaste. Firstly, 65 grams of baking soda was poured into a bowl, and 5 tablespoons of xylitol or natural sweetener were added into the bowl as well. After that, 32 grams of HPMC polymer were gradually added into the mixture. And then 2 teaspoons of myrrh extract and a few drops of sodium lauryl sulfate were poured into the mixture. All the ingredients were mixed well until the desired texture was achieved. Besides, we also undergone cytotoxicity tests for this research. Firstly, the cells were cultured in the 96 well microplate, and then 50 microliter of complete FM and cells were added to each 96 well microplate. The cells were then incubated at 37 degrees Celsius, 5% carbon dioxide and 95% of oxygen for 24 hours. The confluent cells were then taken from the incubator and viewed under an inverted microscope to check the percentage of the confluent cells. The medium in the 96 well microplate containing confluent cells was removed by a micropipette. After several pilot trials of cell viability tests, it is decided to use the following concentrations of 100 to 400 mg per milliliter to assess the effect of the paste on the viability of gingival fibroblasts in the test sample. While the placebo samples contained polymer only were used for treating the control samples. After that, 100 microliter of each mer toothpaste concentration were added into the divided wells. The cells were then incubated with mer for another 24 hours. At the end of the incubation period, the entire medium was removed from the wells using a micropipette, followed by the wells washing with 30 microliter of PBS. And then 100 microliter fibroblast medium was then added for each well. MTT cell proliferation assay was implemented according to the method described by Yazawa et al. 2005. 15 microliter of dye solution was added into each well, followed by incubation for 4 hours. During the 4-hour incubation, living cells convert the tetrazolium component of the dye solution into a formazine product. After the incubation, 100 microliter of stop solution was added to each well. The experiments were performed in triplicate. The optical cell density was checked using a microplate reader at a wavelength of 570 nanometer. The cell cultures were assessed for their optical density at intervals of 24 and 48 hours treatment. As you can see in the first photo, that is the cells culture before treatment with MERV paste. And the next one is the cells culture after treatment with MERV paste. As you can see, there are more gingival fibroblast growth in the second photo.
This is a bar chart of the result after 24 hours of treatment. The obtained data were analyzed by DSSS version 27. Prescalwala statistical test was used to compare the effect of MERV toothpaste concentration on fibroblast growth. Pairwise comparisons was used to compare the difference in the cell growth of samples treated with MERV paste. Meanwhile, man-Whitney test was also executed to evaluate the differences between MERV group and placebo group after 24 and 48 hours. As we see here in this chart, MERV paste with concentration of 300 mg per ml is inducing the highest fibroblast viability compared to the other concentrations used. This shows the graph of the result after 48 hours. And after 48 hours, 300 mg per ml concentration was still maintaining and enhancing the viability of fibroblasts. But above that, as shown in the chart, with 400 mg per ml concentration, the cell growth has declined as compared to the other test groups at both 24 and 48 hours. Based on the chart, the results show that MERV paste at concentration of 100, 200, and 300 mg per ml concentrations are enhancing the growth of gingival fibroblast growth after treatment for 24 and 48 hours. However, by increasing the concentration above 300 mg per ml, the cells were apparently exhausted and showed less growth ability. Results also showed that the highest level of cell growth at 24 hours with cell viability of 938% and 48 hours with cell viability of 772% were obtained in samples treated with 300 mg per ml concentration of MERV paste. In this study, the results indicate that MERV paste concentration at 300 mg per ml is the optimal concentration as it induced the highest cell viability as compared to other concentrations used in the trials after 24 and 48 hours. Samples treated with 400 mg per ml concentration were having less cell viability than 100, 200, and 300 mg per ml. This may imply that 400 mg per ml treated samples were receiving intolerable dose of MERV paste concentration that significantly suppressed the growth rate of these samples as compared to the other test samples. In the placebo samples, the cell viability remains almost constant in all concentration groups and noticeably less than that in the test samples after 24 and 48 hours. During the formulation process, it is advisable to implement a continuous stirring and use of nanoparticles mirth powder to ensure the homogeneous consistency of mirth toothpaste. As for conclusion, this research has shown that mirth toothpaste is safe to be used at a certain adjustable concentration. Future clinical studies are recommended to evaluate the safety and effectiveness of mirth toothpaste.
These are the references that we used to complete this research.
And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Raihana Shuhada binti Abdul Rahim and Nurul Husna binti Abdul Majid for that wonderful presentation. Now, we'd like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
I ask first, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Apa tu, there are more toothpaste in the market, right? It's already available, isn't it? Have you seen it?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. So what's the difference? I mean, why do you want to check the toxicity? Why do you want to evaluate the toxicity of this toothpaste when it's already available on the market? What's the difference between your proposed toothpaste and what's available?
What's available in the market is actually mirth mixed with fluoride. So in our study, we only focus on mirth itself to make it more organic and to evaluate whether mirth can be a standalone substance for the organic toothpaste without the fluoride.
So what's the purpose of this organic toothpaste? What do you propose is used for? Its main purpose of this organic toothpaste?
Mainly mirth can help in gingival inflammation, and also it has anti-caries properties. So our goal is to make it basically more organic and to make it more.
But to achieve the same effect, like anti-caries and also to reduce gum inflammation.
Gingivitis, yes.
Okay, gingivitis. When you test it, right? Why don't you just test the mirth itself? Why did you test the formulation? Because other components in the formulation may also contribute to the to the other properties, right? Because you want to test whether the mirth itself is cytotoxic, isn't it? So why don't you test it only the mirth, not the whole components? Because there are other components, right, in your formulation. So what?
But we do the cytotoxicity test using the crude mirth extract, doctor.
I thought you taste the paste, the paste or just the extract, the mirth extract. I thought I saw the paste. Maybe I'm wrong.
We actually did two lab tests.
Okay.
And the first one, we used crude extract mirth.
Okay.
Yeah, so we did two.
Oh, you did both?
Yes, both the mirth itself and also the mirth paste.
So
in the study, I thought I missed it as well. I didn't see it in the study, in the results.
Yeah, not in your
But only the
extract as
paste,
well.
yeah.
You just use the paste. Huh? I think you have to make it clearer that which one you use and what are the results for both, so that we can really, get the right data and the right results. Yeah. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, just on the same note, again, I would like to ask if this concentration that you recommended, if it's anything more than that, what would be the effects if it is used in a paste and on a regular toothpaste and on the gum? And what is the concentration used in the available one in the market?
we are not sure what the concentration is in the market, but I'm sorry, Doctor, what was the other question?
If the concentration you mentioned it is within 100 to 300, if more than that, what are the effects on the gums and its properties that you mentioned?
We are not sure whether higher concentration will cause any effect, because previous study from other studies also, they use only little concentration, which gives a little effect on the gingival fibroblast itself. And we also did 2 lab tests. First, we used a much lower concentration, and it also gives a little effect. That's why we increased the concentration into 100 to 400 milligram per ml. And that's when the gingival fibroblast starts to give effect. It starts to give effect.
Thank you.
Dr. Hasrina nak tanya?
No question for me. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges and also presenters for answering the questions and for that wonderful presentation. Next, would like to present the certificates for the presenters for your participation in this symposium. Let's continue with our last oral presentation in this morning session. Please welcome Anis Akila binti Jafridin and Aliatul Akila binti Ashar, who will be discussing to us about the association between emotional intelligence and depression, stress and anxiety amongst undergraduate dental students during COVID-19 pandemic.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Aliatul Azhar. Along with Anis Akila, are the presenters for our ERP with the title of Emotional Intelligence, Depression, Stress and Anxiety amongst undergraduate dental students during COVID-19 pandemic, which supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Budi Aslini and Associate Professor Dr. Marati Madasu. Content of our presentation comprises background, objective methodology, result discussion and conclusion. On the first part, we will discuss about the background of depression, anxiety and stress, COVID-19 and emotional intelligence. Depression, anxiety and stress, also known as DAS, have been recognized by the World Health Organization as an important mental health disorder. Depression is a mental problem that affects on how the individuals feel, think and act, while anxiety is a state of mental or emotional strain that caused by challenges or difficult circumstances, and stress is a state of strain, worried thoughts and physiological changes. During COVID-19 pandemic, despite global attempts to mitigate the disease spread, virtually no aspect of daily life remains unaffected. Students are no exception, as many institutions closed campuses or switched from in-person to online learning. The pandemic disrupted the clinical experiences for the students who had not yet completed clinical requirements for graduation. Psychological effects of outbreaks of communicable diseases such as MERS and SARS on students has been increased in the incidence of mild to moderate anxiety as stated by Wong et al. On 2007. Next is emotional intelligence. It is a measure of an individual's ability to interpret emotions in themselves and others, to control them and to manage relationships more effectively. Therefore, students with high emotional intelligence are better to deal with stresses in dental learning environment and reported low perceived stress. Moving on to the second part, there are 3 objectives in our studies. The first one is to measure the occurrence at the levels of DAS among undergraduate dental students during COVID-19 pandemic. Second, to identify the key contributing factors of stress. And third, to explore the role of emotional intelligence in the association between dental environment stress and depression, anxiety, and stress among undergraduate dental students. Next is methodology. Ethics approval and permission to conduct the study were obtained from UiTM, UKM, MAHSA, and MMU. This study involved all undergraduate dental students from these 4 universities, including extended year students. The cross-sectional study was conducted via an online self-administered questionnaire that made up of 5 sections comprises social demographic, depression, anxiety, stress scale, dental environment stress, emotional intelligence scale, and COVID-19 potential stressor. In the first section, demographic questions includes age, gender, institution of study, marital status, study status, the decision of dentistry as a first choice, scholarship support, and household income. Depression, anxiety, stress scale, also known as DAS-21 in the second section of the questionnaire, is a set of 3 self-reported skills designed to assess an individual's negative emotional state of depression, anxiety, and stress. It is an updated version of original 42-item survey. It contains 21 items, 7 items for each emotional state divided into sub-skills with similar content. The participant need to rate various items on a scale of 0, which is did not apply to me at all, to 3, which is applied to me very much or most of the time. The final score of each item groups will be transferred to DAS profile sheet as shown in the slide for comparison and to give percentile ranking and severity level. Dental environment stress, known as DES, in the third section, consists of 38 questions relating to potential stresses and divided into 5 parts. The stresses associated with different domains such as personal issues, academic performance, educational environment, and learning clinical skills. The questionnaire responses are based on a Likert scale of 7 points, with 1, which is not stressful at all, and 7, very stressful. The 38 questions are grouped into 7 subcategories in the questionnaire. Emotional intelligence data collected using a scale developed by Shah et al. Using Shah self-report emotional intelligence test in the fourth section. It consists of 33 items, 3 of which are reverse scored, measured on a 5-point Likert scale from 1 to 5. The possible range of scores is 33, which indicates low emotional intelligence, to 165, which indicates high emotional intelligence. The fifth section contains COVID-19 pandemic-related concern, which comprises 10 statements that are concerned with the potential stressor factor that the student may face during COVID-19 pandemic.
Hi, I'm Anis, so I will continue with the results. 790 students participated, giving a response rate ranging from 40% to 85% across the 4 universities. In the pie chart, 39.4% from University Teknologi Mara, 18.8% from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, 24.6% from Masta University, and 17.2% from International Medical University. From demographic data, the majority of the respondents were female, single, and also they were from clinical year students with the 57.9%. Also, 94.6% of the respondents are in a normal study status. A majority of the sample were also living at home during the period of the study and had indicated that dentistry was their first choice of the degree program with the 90.7%. This table shows the prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress by the severity. In terms of the depression, 39.4% are reported as a normal depression levels. Similarly, for anxiety, 33.2% are reported as a normal, while the 57.4% are reported as the stress normal level. Next, the DES questionnaire was analyzed by item and according to the 7 domains. So item, fear of failing course or year was the highest score, while self-efficacy belief and the performance pressure were the 2 domains score highest on the DES scale. The domains with the lowest mean score are other or personal factors and faculty and administration. Next, in regard to the COVID-19 related factors as shown in the table, the main stressor was concerning on-time graduation. The following highest stressor factors are lack of the focus and motivation during online learning and impact on the emotional health. This table portrays the relationship between the emotional intelligence with the depression, anxiety, and stress among the undergraduate dental students. A medium negative correlation was discovered between the EI and depression, while a small negative correlation was found between EI, stress, and anxiety score. Depression and anxiety and stress were found to have a medium positive correlation, while anxiety and stress were found to have a large positive correlation. Moving on to the discussion part. Among the 790 respondents, the prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress were 60.6%, 66.8%, and 42.6% respectively. This prevalence is high because of the dental student must deal with the stressor specific to the dental school posed by the pandemic condition, such as
discontinuation of the traditional method of the education, substituted with the e-learning education, and absence of the clinical session to complete clinical requirements. In the study also, factors that related to self-efficacy belief and faculty and administration has been observed to be the main stressor to the undergraduate dental student. The most stressful factor for the dental student was identified as a fear of failing a course all year, completing graduation requirements, fear of being unable to catch up if behind, and also lack of the confidence to be a successful dentist. Our findings propose a significant negative effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on a variety of academic, physical, health, and emotional related results. These findings suggest that four most prominent were concerning graduation on time and emotional health due to limited physical interactions. The study also found that emotional intelligence was found to be negatively correlated with depression, stress, and anxiety. These findings suggest that EI is a form of coping resource to the stress, depression, and anxiety. This is our reference. With that, thank you from us.
Thank you very much, Anis Akila binti Jafridin and Aliatul Akila binti Ashar for the great presentation. Moving on to the next session, would like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
Maybe Dr. Hasrina, would you like to go first?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. Anis and Aliato, just wonder, have you looked at tests, right? Test results from other studies, and how does your study fare compared to other studies? Because I think the depression value is, the percentage is quite high, don't you think? When compared to stress, I mean, the students are more depressed compared to stress, and that is quite a concern, I think, for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, doctor. So from our result, the depression level is quite high compared to the anxiety and stress. Especially that we do this questionnaire during COVID-19 pandemic. So maybe for the undergraduate dental students, they might predispose to this depression, stress, and anxiety as they are trying to adapt e-learning, dental educations, the lack of the social interaction due to the numerous of the MCO and social distancing. And maybe they are worried about their clinical requirement as the dental students are not allowed to go to the campus since this MCO, and they are worried about how to complete the clinical requirements.
Do you have any references that you can share with us?
There is previous studies that shows prevalence of abnormal level of depression, anxiety, and stress, which using a similar instrument like our research. These studies are done by Vasudan et al.
Where is that conducted? Which country? Have you found any death related study in Malaysia? Any local studies that use the instrument?
Yes, by Munirah et al. In international IIMU.
Okay, and did you compare between the two, between your study and that study? Did you do any comparison? No. And to look at when you have your results, right? When you want to do your discussion, do you look at other studies and see how is yours different than what other people have?
We compared the result, the study done by Munirah, the level of depression, anxiety, and stress are quite high, similar with our study. But the difference between Munirah's study is their study is not done during COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, but it was still high.
Yes, still high.
But but you said yours is high because of the pandemic. So why do you think theirs is also high? Okay. Anyone else has any question? Maybe other judge.
Prof.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, there have been many studies kind of about this effect of COVID-19 on students' lives performance. So I heard there was one study, they look at the effect of meditation or prayer on the coping mechanism of the students during this pandemic. Your study did not look at the ethnic group, right? Different ethnic group? No. Why didn't you do that? Was it the proportion is not equal or too much difference? Why don't you look at ethnic group?
Sorry, Prof, can you repeat the question?
Oh, well, this relate back to one of the studies that I kind of just read recently about how meditation and prayer actually helps with the students' coping mechanism during the pandemic. So I was wondering if you had compared between the the different ethnic groups in Malaysia. So maybe perhaps, and I'm just assuming maybe let's say the Malay the Islam students too, Muslim students, maybe they, because of prayer, could it be like a reducing factor of their stress? I don't know whether that would have any effects, any difference in the coping mechanism between the three ethnic groups. But you did not compare between the ethnic groups, right? So I was wondering why was that so?
Because in our study, we are more focusing on how the role of the EI, emotional intelligence, to the students that might impact on the level of the depression, stress, and anxiety.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Jamal, any last question?
I think the questions were asked already. I just want to know what was the suggestion or feedbacks given for the coping mechanism?
Okay. Emotional intelligence can be one of the coping stressor mechanism. So we suggest that EI can be enhanced in this population, especially to the dental students who are more predisposed to the depression, stress, and anxiety.
How would you do that? How do you recommend we increase AI among our students?
We provide a support program and implementing preventive measure.
We have that already because Dr. Raised it up, Dr. Haslina, that this is a very high percentage. And I think this coping mechanism was pretty much very well established in UiTM, as far as I know. And at least in Faculty of Medicine, we have a very good one. I'm sure in the dentistry as well, the whole UiTM, they have this mechanism. Why still we have such a high level of this, and can we know what specific reason other than just pandemic? Because previous years the studies also show similar kind of things. This is a very serious study, I think, in the national level. Also, they're looking into it. So it's a good study, and you have a very good number of the students' participation in that, and it can give us a very significant statistics. Yeah. So I just would like to comment. Yeah, maybe you can publish this and look into it further. This can be very beneficial to the students.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
To judges and also presenters for answering the questions and for that great presentation. Next, we will present the certificate of participation as a thank you for your willingness to contribute towards this year's symposium. So this concludes the oral presentation for the morning session. All for attending. We hope you have learned and enjoyed the presentation. See you in our afternoon session of this oral presentation, which we will start at 2 p.m.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
Hello everyone, this is Hilman. Hilman recently found 2 white lesions on his 2 front teeth. He is very concerned with this matter, so he went to see the dentist. There are a few important structures of a tooth, which are enamel, dentin, cementum, and lastly, the pulp. Now, let us focus to the outermost layer of the tooth, the enamel. Enamel is composed of a hard substance called the hydroxyapatite. Hydroxyapatite is a type of calcium phosphate crystal with the chemical formula of Ca10PureFos6OH2. In normal condition, there are numerous amounts of bacteria in our mouth. When the microcolonies of bacteria coalesce, it will create a layer of dental plaque on the tooth surface. The bacteria will metabolize the sugary food that we consume and produce acid as a byproduct. The acid produced can break down the hydroxyapatite, making the enamel surface to be weakened. Hence, there will be an appearance of white lesion on the tooth surface. This will be the time where the function of fluoride comes in. Fluoride can replace hydroxide in hydroxyapatite to create fluoroapatite through a process called remineralization. This process will reverse the early signs of tooth decay. In general, fluoroapatite is more dense and less soluble compared to hydroxyapatite. This means that they are stronger in protecting our teeth. Fluoride can also prevent the growth of harmful bacteria in our mouth. This shows that fluoride treatment is very useful throughout your life, and it is more important during childhood and adolescence. Fluoride can naturally be found in water. It can also be found from the soil, from the plants, and lastly, from the rocks. But we have water fluoridation, so we can get fluoride naturally from the tap water in our house. Water fluoridation in Malaysia was introduced by the government in 1957 at the state Johor. In 1974, the nationwide water fluoridation program was implemented with the installation of fluoride feeder in water treatment plants. The fluoridated water was then distributed throughout the cities. Evidence shows that water fluoridation has effectively reduced the population of dental caries in Malaysia. In water fluoridation program, the fluoride level is adjusted to the optimum level, which is 0.5 parts per million. While for toothpaste, fluoride is most effective at 1,350 to 1,500 parts per million. But Hilman has a water filter system at his home. Currently, there are 5 types of water filtration system that was implemented throughout the world, and reverse osmosis is the most commonly used system. So how does it work? The high water pressure will force the water that contains particles to a layer called semi-permeable membrane, where the particles are being filtered. This includes the fluoride. This filtration system will leave only pure water to the other side of the filter. Fluoride is very important in maintaining our oral health. Tooth decay can be prevented with the regular usage of fluoridated toothpaste. It is recommended to take the appropriate amount of toothpaste during tooth brushing. Too much fluoride may cause fluorosis. Fluorosis is when there are appearance of plain white lines on your teeth. However, if you don't use fluoridated toothpaste, you may one day end up with a tooth decay. The dentist suggested Hilman for a fluoride treatment. He applied fluoride gel on Hilman's teeth to encourage the remineralization process to occur. Hilman can also use fluoridated mouthwash to reduce the risk of tooth decay. But it is recommended to always use the fluoridated toothpaste. After 1 month, the white lesion has disappeared, and Hilman is very happy with his teeth compared to the previous month. This shows how effective fluoride is to our teeth, and with proper care and management of it, We could reduce the cost and time of dental treatment and also to promote oral health among the society.
Today, our topic is about mouth ulcer. Let us hear what people say about mouth ulcer.
Oral ulcer, it's something that is growing inside your mouth and it is very painful. Biting my inside lips.
When it is so hot and when you don't drink enough water. Oral ulcer is something painful that happened in my mouth. It happened when I bite my lips, my tongue. I put some salt on my mouth. I went to pharmacy buy some oral medicine.
No, I only know one type of oral ulcer and that is the painful.
No, I don't know. No, I don't meet dentist. Sometimes when the ulcer is too painful.
What is ulcer? Mouth ulcer is a small superficial lesion and erosion of the delicate lining tissue of the mouth. They are usually appear as a single or multiple ulcer, tender yellowish base of floor, red margin and no induration, and it is soft on palpation. They appear on soft tissue inside your mouth, including lips, tongue, and cheeks. Ulcer heals within few days after elimination of cause. For acute ulceration, it heals less than 2 weeks. Chronic ulceration heals more than 2 weeks. There are few different types of mouth ulcer, including traumatic ulcer, recurrent abscess stomatitis, hand, foot, and mouth disease, and others like oral cancer. Traumatic ulcer. Mechanical caused by thumb bites, appliances, and sharp teeth. Chemical burn caused by any chemical or drugs. Thermal burn caused by the hot food, and it heals in 7 to 10 weeks without scarring. Recurrent actus stomatitis (RAS) includes minor RAS, major RAS, and herpetiform. RAS. Minor RAS. Size is less than 1 cm. Healing time few days to 2 weeks and heal without scarring. Next is major RAS. The size is more than 1 cm. Healing times is weeks to months and heal with scarring. Herpetiform. The size is small and multiple. It heals without scarring. Hand, foot, and mouth disease caused by the viral infection, Coxsackie viruses. HFMD, common infection in children younger than 5 years old that causes ulcer inside or around your mouth and a rash or blister on your hand, feet, legs, or buttocks, and painful. It is transmitted through coughing or sneezing, close contact like kissing, hugging, sharing cups, or sharing utensils, contact with poop like when changing a diaper. Causes: injury to the mouth from vigorous toothbrushing, dental work, and accidental cheek biting. Sensitivity to certain food such as acidic food, spicy food, and coffee. Symptoms: burning, tingling sensation in mouth, difficulty speaking, eating or swallowing, fever, and weight loss. Management: maintenance of good oral hygiene. Use a soft-bristled toothbrush. Soft and balanced diet with folic acid, zinc, and vitamin B12. Adequate intake of fluids. Some home remedies include: place an ice cube over the affected area and allow it to dissolve. Rinse your mouth with salt water. Some lifestyle changes can also help relieve pain and speed healing. These may include avoiding spicy and acidic food, avoiding hot beverages, avoiding irritants like alcohol and tobacco, and avoiding biting or shaving your inner cheek and lips. Small ulcers tend to heal on their own without required treatment. However, large, persistent, and painful ulcers often need care. Immediately meet a dentist for checkup. So, if your ulcer do not heal more than 2 weeks and associate with signs and symptoms, it is of utmost important to consult a dentist or medical practitioner. Come and see a dentist, prevent before become worse.
Today I'm going to show you some easy exercises as well as some stretches that you can do whether you're at home, at work, whenever you need a little break so that you can maintain a proper posture for the health and strength of your back. Let's get started. The first thing that you want to keep in mind is your posture when you're sitting down, especially at your desk. You don't want to slouch, but instead you want to be upright. You gotta keep your chest up, your head up, your back straight, and your shoulders up. Also, remember to take a little break every hour or so whenever you're working or whenever you're gaming. Now, for some exercises that you can do, you gotta keep your back straight and you can roll your shoulders backwards for a set of 10, and you can also roll your shoulders forward for a set of 10. So 10 forward and also 10 backwards. Lastly, you can do this stretch at your desk. You can put your hand above your elbow and you can stretch your elbow. Lastly, you can do this stretch at your desk. You put your right hand above your elbow and you pull it down and you drop your head at the opposite side. You want to hold at this position for about 10 to 15 seconds. This will be able to stretch out your trapezius muscles and help you to relax your back as well as your neck. These are little stretches that you can do right at your desk. Remember, posture is really important, so keep your back straight, your chin up, and your shoulders square. Next, I'm going to show you some tips and eye exercises that will help eye strain due to computer vision syndrome. Let's take a look. A lot of us these days are spending more time in front of a computer screen or cell phone throughout the day, and when we spend this much time on a device that is only a few feet away from our face, it can cause muscle strain to our eyes. So, tip number 1 is to take frequent breaks. When you stare at a digital device for too long, your muscles will start to cramp up, and we call this as the accommodative spasm. To help relieve this, follow the 20-20-20 rule, which means that for every 20 minutes you spend in front of the device, take about 20 seconds rest and looking at 20 feet away in the distance, just so that you can give your eye muscles a bit of a rest. Adjusting your environment can also reduce the risk of developing computer vision syndrome. What you can do is adjust your screen position. And lastly, you can use your eyes to look at different direction and hold it for at least 5 seconds. You can start by looking outward and hold it for 5 seconds, and you can repeat it at a different direction, whether you can go downwards, repeat for 5 seconds, and looking sideways. Hope these tips and exercises are helpful for you to practice anytime and anywhere. Enjoy the rest of the event and stay safe!
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to all the honorable panelists, professors, doctors, lecturers, and fellow friends. Welcome to our afternoon session of the 11th UiTM Dental Student Scientific Symposium. Our theme this year is Dentistry Against All Odds, Revolutionizing Research and Practice. This oral presentation can be streamed on the Symposium Live Telecast YouTube channel on our website. Would like to request all presenters and all symposium participants to fill in the attendance link on our website for the afternoon session. My name is Fatimah Munira and I will be your moderator for today's oral presentation session, and our timekeeper is Ilmi Qayyim. Before we begin, please allow me to lay down a few house rules for today's session. The rules and regulations for today's oral presentation are: the first is all presenters must be ready at least 10 minutes prior to your allocated presentation time. Second is all presenters are required to use the provided virtual background in our website for the Q&A session on the scheduled slot. Third is the pre-recorded video presentation will be played by the committee for 10 minutes and subsequently followed by a 5 minutes live Q&A session by the judges. For the presenters, please ensure your camera and microphone is turned on only during this session. Fourth is first bell will ring at 4 minutes of the Q&A session, and another bell will be at the end of the Q&A session. After the Q&A session ends, the moderator will cue to the next presenter. The fifth is, in case of any technical difficulties during the video presentation or the Q&A session, the other presenters must be on standby should the allocated time be brought forward or earlier. Without delaying any further, let's start with our first recorded oral presentation by Ms. Tara Chandran and Ms. Chetan Surya Saju from Kurk Institute of Dental Sciences with their research topic, a novel method of age estimation using the SI point. Please welcome.
A novel method of age estimation using XI point. I'm Tara Chandran.
I'm Chetan Surya Saju. We are from Kurk Institute of Dental Sciences, Virajpet, Karnataka, India. Age estimation is an important factor in biological identification in many forensic fields. Age assessment assists in narrowing the search possibilities for unidentified, deceased, or living individuals, and also for legal purposes. Age can be measured as the chronological age, which is measured by the calendar, skeletal age, which is measured by the degree of ossification of or development of various bones and known to occur at a particular time in average individual. Next is dental age, which is determined by studying the development of teeth. The methods of age estimation. The commonly used method for age estimation are radiographic method, biochemical method, and dental age method. The drawbacks of current methods. The methods that we use currently has lots of drawbacks such as errors of measurements can be seen, ethical considerations, congenital or pathological loss of teeth, and is not preferable for all ages or population groups. So we thought of a new method for age estimation using the cephalometry. Cephalometry is a measurement of head of any living subject from the bony landmarks located by palpation or pressing to the supra-adjacent tissue, and it is traditionally used for the orthodontic treatment and also for anthropological determination of gender and population. The cephalometric landmarks that we took for a study have both fixed landmarks and also landmarks that may change during growth. And the fixed landmarks are, first one is the XI point. It is a stable point and is not affected by any surface remodeling or stress, and it is located by taking 4 points R1, R2, R3 and R4 in the mandible. R1, which is the deepest point on the anterior border of ramus. R2, it is opposite to R1 to the posterior border of ramus. And R3, it is deepest point on the sigmoidal notch. And R4, it is opposite to R3 on the inferior border of mandible. Next is sella, which is the geometric center of pituitary fossa.
The landmarks that change with growth are nasion, orbital, and nathion. So what is nasion? It is the most anterior point on the frontonasal suture. Orbital, it is the lowest point on the inferior rim of the orbit. And coming to nathion, it is a point located by taking the midpoint between the anterior and inferior points of the bony chin, that is pogonion and menton. So the aim of our study is to identify a new parameter for estimation of age using cephalometric landmarks. Here we use both fixed as well as changing points. The fixed points that we used here are xi point and cella. The changing points are nasion, orbital and nathion. The materials that we used for our study include cephalometric radiographs, tracing paper, radiographic viewer, protractor, scale and pencil. The method that we used for our study include the cephalometric radiographs were obtained and these were traced using tracing papers. The landmarks, both fixed as well as changing, were marked on this tracing paper. Measurements were taken for both linear and angular. Then we obtained the data for both linear as well as angular measurements. For the linear measurements, the points we took are cella to nasion, cella to orbital, cella to xi, cella to nathion, xi to orbital, xi to nasion, and xi to nathion. Here, we obtained both pre and post measurements for all these points. Moving on to the data obtained for angular measurements. Here we took the points cella to xi to nasion, cella to xi to orbital, cella to xi to nathion, cella to nasion to xi, cella to orbital to xi, and cella to nathion to xi. Here also we took both pre and post measurements for all these points. So then we did, by tabulating these in columns, we got the statistical analysis for both linear and angular measurements. In the linear measurements, we got highly significant, significant and non-significant points. The highly significant points that we got here are from cella to xi and xi to nasion. The significant point that we got here is from cella to nathion. All other points were non-significant. In the angular measurement also we got highly significant, significant and non-significant points. The highly significant point was got from cella to xi to nasion and the significant point was from cella to xi to orbital. All other points were non-significant. So we came to the conclusion. Linear measurement, we got highly significant point as cella to xi and xi to nasion. In angular measurement, the highly significant point was cella to xi to nasion. In linear measurement, the significant point was cella to nathion. And in angular measurement, we got one significant point, that is cella to xi to orbital. And these may be of use in age estimation. So in the future, we hope that by increasing the sample size and also using radiographs taken within 1 year time interval for our study and using these information that we obtain from the tabular format on linear growth patterns, we will be able to generate a formula and we will be able to apply these within the populations within our nation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Tara Chandran and Mr. Tan Surya Saju from Cook Institute of Dental Sciences. Now, we'd like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Can you explain in a bit more detail how do you actually compare the linear and angular measurements with the chronological age? I don't quite get it from your presentation. Can you explain in more detail?
Ma'am, we located the fixed points as well as the changing points, and then the measurements were taken by marking these on the radiographs obtained. We traced these radiographs on the tracing paper, and we took the measurements, and we took linear measurements such as cella to nasion. The points were marked and we took the measurements. In linear measurements, we took the points cella to nasion, cella to orbital, cella to xi, cella to nathion, xi to orbital, and xi to nasion and xi to nathion. These points were marked and their measurements were taken using scale in centimeters.
And in angular measurements, we took the points
So,
LI
so
to
okay,
XI to
maybe
Nesion.
we go to linear first. So how do you compare this measurement to the age? Because you are interested in age estimation, right? So how do you use this linear measurement with age?
Okay. We obtain pre and post radiographs of both different age groups from our orthodontic department.
Oh, okay. So
And we did the
what's the result?
statistical analysis for these. We obtained the data, and these were coded and fed in SPSS IBM version 23 for statistical analysis. And we did pair t-test in inferential statistics with a level of significance which was set at 0.05 at 95% confidence interval. And we did the statistical analysis with the help of our senior lecturer.
So what age did you look at? At which age is the correlation is kind of, you have a good correlation that you know that the
Yes.
measurement you use, so okay, we can use this linear measurement for which age, you know, it's accurate
Actually,
for which age.
we took the age group below 20-25, ma'am.
Okay, so how many radiographs did you look at?
We
And
took
what
20.
age group? Yeah.
We took 20 radiographs, both pre and post, and like the age groups were
What was
like,
the gap between pre and post?
ma'am, it was somewhat like 1 year interval time.
1 year, 1 year interval.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you see, you found a difference between pre and post.
Yes, ma'am.
Within
Yes,
the
ma'am.
year, there is a change in the measurement.
Yes, ma'am. After doing these patients came to our college, came to our hospital for doing their treatment. So we obtained their pre and also after the post was like after doing the treatment. So there was a variation in their limb measurements.
Okay. So which measurement did you find? You want something that doesn't change, right? You
Yes,
want
ma'am.
something that's so which one is fixed?
Ma'am, in linear Cella to XI and XI to Nasion were very highly significant points that we found doesn't change much.
So in which age group it doesn't change? Can I use it in 10 years old, in 20 years old, in 40 years old? It doesn't change? Or
The
what
age
do you
group
do?
was 15 to 20 age groups.
Okay. So that means if I find a skull and I measure, I have a certain measurement. So at what age group can I assign that skull to if it doesn't change?
Sorry, ma'am, can you repeat?
Maybe if I like find a skull and I want
Yes,
to estimate the age, how can I estimate based on that measurement? Like you say, it doesn't change with age, right? So it's kind of difficult to use if it doesn't change with age because I don't know what age is that person.
We got the radiographs pre and post. So like we got the significant points from these age group. This age group was 17 years old. The guy was 17 years old, and we had 2-3 people with that. So like this were found to be comparatively not changing with other points.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
May Dr. Jamal have a question? Or Dr. Haslina?
Just one question, and just about the accuracy and reproducibility of the measurement. If it is done by the different person, do you get different readings?
So like we did with about 20 radiographs, all were within the below 20 age group. So by doing the statistical analysis, we got these points which may be used for our generating a formula. So we hope that these would not be changing much, and we can be used it in generating the formula.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Question.
Okay, I think that's
And
it.
Dr. Haslina, no question, is it? Okay. Okay, thank you. No question, no further questions.
Thank you, judges, and also presenters for answering the questions and for the great presentation.
Thank
Before we
you.
move on to the next presentation, we would like to present the e-certificates for the presenters for your participation in this symposium. Moving on to our second oral presentation, please welcome Nurul Atika binti Surat and Nurul Syafini binti Yaakob, who will be speaking to us on the social media in dentistry, determining the trend across platforms in Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum and good evening I bid to the judges and also audience. I'm Nurul Atika, along with me is Syafini. Today we want to present our research project entitled Social Media in Dentistry, determining the trend across platform in Malaysia. These are our content for the slide. Our study is related to the social media. Social media has been defined by the Ajwa et al. 2018 as an online technology and practices that people use to share their experiences, perspective and also opinion, which is one of the new ways of communication through the use of the internet to connect people all around the world by using computers and also smartphones. This is because, according to the Greenhouse et al. 2009, social media allows individuals to interact with other individuals without time and space limitation. Based on Barwah 2012, it says that the advantage of social media is that different groups of people can have online sharing of information and knowledge, and it also helps in increasing communication skill, especially among learners or students of educational institutions, as they can engage in discussion over a variety of topics. As most of the people around the world has known the advantage of the using social media, thus, according to the Spala et al. 2015, social media has reached its peak when this platform have actively taken part into the dental education domain as healthcare provider like dental practitioner generally embrace this emergence of this new technology. The social media networks such as Facebook, Twitter, Google+, present an extraordinary marketing opportunity for dental practitioners who are looking to promote their independent practices. Palmer et al. 2018 also reported that this group of professionals were noticed to use social media as a network to share knowledge, which has also allowed them to communicate and discuss important issues, at the same time can obtain feedback through it. As social media received great attention in the medical and dental field, the public also took this opportunity to use social media as a tool to search for the dental-related information. This is because, according to the Barwah 2012, they can easily look for their preferred content, download and use the content available on these sites free of cost, because this platform generate content and sharing sites serve as source of the information for various topics, including dental-related information. Alalawi et al. In 2019 reported that 95.3% of patients who have social media accounts searched their medical doctor or dentist on social media and added them as friends. However, most of the study discussed previously only focus on the most preferable social media platform and the reason for visiting them. None of this study compare the specific pattern used in each platform in displaying the posting that is related to the dental information, either for promotion, knowledge, and or awareness. Therefore, our main focus for this study is to identify social media platform used by Malaysian population with regard to its pattern of information display. The objective is to identify social media platform commonly used by the Malaysian population with regard to the pattern of the information display. Methodology. The study observing various types of the platform used by the public to search for the dental-related information with focus on all social media platforms that can be used in Malaysia. The study comments with the search of the previous study related to the usage of the social media platform in dentistry. From the flowchart, we can see that we started collected the data by using web browsers such as Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Opera, Safari, Internet Explorer as search tools. From the web browser, Related keywords like dentistry, dental treatment, social media, aesthetic dentistry, and also dental information were used via the selected media platform. From the keywords, we have identified and selected the most probable fecal use platform by public like Facebook, Twitter, and also Instagram. Through the selected platform or networks, we use again the keywords with addition of the hashtags like Dentistry Malaysia, Gigi Cantik, Gigi Putih, Rawatan Gigi Burah, and also Dr. Gigi Malaysia to narrow down the search. The information obtained from this keyword and hashtag will provide information on how social media were used to disseminate data-related information. From the observation and the collected data, the pattern of display information in the commonly visited platform that was stated previously was analyzed. The pattern was then evaluated based on the proposed criteria, which were posted with the word, image, video, word combined with the image, and also word combined with the video. Through that, the social media platform used by the Malaysian population with regard to the pattern of the information display were identified. Then the data of the social media and its pattern display was analyzed using Microsoft Excel 2016 and also SPSS 27 for descriptive analysis. The data were limited to posting from 2013 to 2019 to match all social media.
I am Nuri Shafini, and I will continue with the results, discussion, limitation, and conclusion of our research. From the data collection, a total of 10,644 dental-related information was obtained from 3 different types of social media platforms. In the figure 1, 87.35% of total dental-related information was from Facebook, followed by Instagram 12.50% and Twitter is 0.15%. The information displayed consists of various patterns such as image, video, word combined with the image, and word combined with the video. For Facebook, we were able to extract a total of 9,298 dental-related information, and from that, 86.27% are in the form of image, 6.81% are in the form of combination word-image, 4.97% are word and video, 1.94% are word only, and 0.02 are in the form of video. For Instagram, a total of 1,330 dental-related information was obtained. 87.82% information were in the form of combination word and image, and the other 12.18% are in the combination of word and video. Last but not least, for Twitter, a total of 16 dental-related information were obtained with the only 3 patterns of information displayed, which are word and image 50%, word and video 43.75%, and 6.25% are in the world only. Moving on to the discussion, social media has been one of the platforms that the public can use to communicate virtually across the world. Besides communication, Al-Mozaini in 2017 has stated that social media also serve as a tool that enable people to share information or knowledge with each others. According to Rahman et al. 2017, Malaysia has ranked 8th place for having active account of top social network. Nowadays, social media has been utilized extensively for business and professionals communication. DentalFit was not left behind, as according to Henry 2012. Social media also has been used by dental practitioners for sharing deals, news, updates, networking, exchange knowledge through blog, and also monitoring reviews. Based on the data obtained, Facebook were found to be most common type of social media used by the public, as 88.96% of total dental-related information was from Facebook, followed by Instagram and Twitter. This is consistent with the study done by Masood et al. 2019, which revealed that Facebook was the most visited site, which is 84.7%, followed by WhatsApp and YouTube. But this is different from the study done by Altunayan et al. 2018, where Twitter were found to be most commonly used social media, followed by Instagram. In another study done by Parmar et al. 2018, Facebook was reported as the most popular communication platform used by patients and dentists. For patients, Facebook is one of the social media that they can easily use to look for qualification of the doctors, give feedback on their treatment, and search for interesting content. As we know, different individuals will have different pattern or style in sharing their information. As for Facebook, 86.27% of total dental-related information was from image only. This is supported by the study done by Palmer et al. 2018, where one of the biggest factors that lead to individual or patient to use Facebook was to look for before and after image, or
of any treatment or procedure. This gives impression that the public are aware about the importance of professionals' qualification rather than the commercial account. Instagram and Twitter both have similar pattern of information displayed, which is word and image form. These two platforms were most preferred by dental practitioners compared to the Facebook that is mostly used by the patient only. During the conduction of the research, there are several limitations that we encounter. As the study used both Bahasa Melayu and English, some of the results were not directed only to Malaysia because of other countries also use similar language such as Indonesia. Therefore, some of the results may be compromised. In a nutshell, social media has become one of the useful mediums not only for doctors or healthcare personnel, but also for the patient to communicate with their doctors. As social media platforms continuously grow, dental knowledge awareness can be delivered in more effective way as most of preferred pattern display of social media by the public have been already discovered. That's all from us. Thank you.
Very much Nurul Atika binti Surai and Nurul Syafini binti Yaakob for the wonderful presentation. Now, would like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
Dr. Haslina, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So Nurul, right? Nurul and Nurul. Could you please elaborate a bit on how did you do the data collection? And because you know that when you do a search on internet, because you use several browsers, right? Could you elaborate a bit because was not described in your presentation just now. How did you get the data and how did you transfer it to DSSS? And did you, could you just please explain? I cannot hear you. Are you talking?
We can't hear you.
Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Sorry for the delay. Okay, thank you for the question. At first, we use the web browser to research for the related article about the social media that frequent use previous study, and then from that we collect the frequent platform that usually commonly used by the dental practitioner or the patients. And then from that, we search the posting in each social media by each year, like 2013 to 2019. And then from that,
I'm not clear. Hold on. I'm not. I still do. I couldn't grasp your explanation. Hold on, yeah. So you do a keyword search on on all the browsers, yeah. So you get what was the keyword search again? What was the keyword again?
Like a dental treatment,
Okay, dental treatment. So
dentition,
so dental treatment and the search will give you some information, right? So you choose social media, results with social media platform from that, is it?
Yes, from the article that we get, because
So
when we search,
because when you, let's say for example when you do a search on Google Chrome, yeah, just for example, Google Chrome. So when you type in social dentistry, then they will give you a list of so many things, right? Like 100 so many hits, right? How do you decide until which page do you take the results? I mean, do you go through all the pages or do you just take the first 10 pages?
we limit until 2 to 3 pages, because we just want to survey the frequent use social media in each article.
For each browser, each keyword, just a few pages. Okay. and then you transfer the information to your SPSS. Okay, that one was not clear. Okay, I think, yeah, and your results turned out that Facebook is the most popular platform used by Malaysians. It's quite different from other research, right? Because I saw your discussion, the other research said that Instagram and Twitter are more popular than Facebook. Yeah, right?
Can Dr. hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
I just want your opinion. Why do you think Malaysians prefer Facebook compared to Instagram and Twitter?
Yeah, from the paper, previous paper, the study was not done in Malaysia, but for Malaysia we got the Facebook is the highest, and I think because Facebook has most of pattern was displayed in the Facebook. For example, Facebook can display image and also image with the video, with the word with the video also. I think that's why Facebook was most preferred back then.
But Instagram also can display image and video?
Yes, doctor, but for Instagram, they cannot put word only. They need to be in image.
All right. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to ask, as dentists, how can we use the results that you presented to our advantage?
As for our outcome of the study, that we want to use this most pattern to share or share the knowledge or awareness. As we as a student, maybe we can use this kind of platform to share the information. For example, if Facebook was most used, then we can use Facebook to maybe share an info or awareness about the dental health.
Okay, but as you know, all these social media platforms, there are kind of specific age groups kind. I mean, the younger age group maybe prefer Instagram and Twitter, and the older age group maybe prefer Facebook. So how do you use the information to reach certain target groups? Did you maybe
As
need to do more further study on this? What do you think?
Actually, the target for our study is for all generation. Maybe for further studies, we can specific according to the age and also gender, so that we can target more specific. For example, the younger age may use Instagram, while for the older age maybe use Facebook, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just one quick comment. Just the hashtags were very limited in search. I think that will limit your findings as well. So, I mean, you need a little bit more broader search. I think the keywords, from what I see, was very kind of like limited in searching. In order, maybe the more you put, I think the more you might find, would have found, and it diversifies your findings. It's okay. Thank you very much.
For the question.
Before we proceed with the next presentation, we'll present the certificates as a thank you for your contribution towards this year's symposium. Next, for our third oral presentation, please welcome Nur Hidayah binti Osman and Nur Izzah Shuhada binti Hirun Nizam, who will be presenting to us on the sufficiency of clinical sessions in relation to the molar endodontic requirement in University Technology Mara.
Assalamualaikum and good evening. I bid to all judges, doctors, lecturers and to all my fellow friends. My name is Nur Hidayah binti Osman and along with me Nur Izzah Shuhada binti Hirun Nizam, we are going to present the sufficiency of clinical session in relation to the molar endodontic requirement in University Technology Mara. Root canal treatment is the most technically demanding procedure requiring a high level of technical skill. That's why clinical competency assessment are important for dental curricula to ensure graduates are fully prepared for the independent clinical practice. Based on the assessment that was endorsed by Malaysia Dental Council or MDC, students need to complete one multi-rooted tooth endodontic upon their graduation. However, there is a study done by Muhammadi 2018 found that King South University students hesitate to do molar endodontic due to multi-root and complication during root canal treatment. They also listed maxillary and mandibular first and second molar as the most difficult teeth to treat. Thus, Jonker and Monset 2016 suggests to give a proper clinical time for a student to complete the treatment without any mistake due to rush efforts. Hence, General Dental Council in United Kingdom also mentioned about the responsibility of dental school to devise curricula, and unfortunately, to date not many studies have been conducted to assess the sufficiency of clinical session for molar endodontic treatment. Our study aims to investigate the sufficiency of clinical session provided to the students to complete a molar endodontic requirement, and number two, to determine the stage that require the most session in the treatment. Our study is a retrospective study that was carried out with a total 90 final year dental students from 2018 to 2020. Firstly, we got the ethical approval from research ethics committees with the approval code as shown in the slide. And then for data retrieval, we got the approval to assess students' clinical logbook, patient's progress note, and also the permission to use MRI clinic for the purpose of data collection. And with registration number of patients, we can assess the number of clinical sessions for each stage that was done by the student. And then data collection. After we get all the information from items or information dental management system, we put into a table and summarize in Microsoft Excel program. In the case where multiple stages were performed on the same date, the session was noted under the leftmost stage only. Table 1 shows the example of dental record. For example, for student Z, he did the END or examination and diagnosis on the same day with the assessed cavity. So we noted under assessed cavity as one session. And then for next visit, he did working line determination and shaping and cleaning for next visit, one session. But for trial GP, he did on the same day with the obturation. So we noted under the lettermost stage, which is obturation, one session. So the total number of sessions that students are required to complete a molar endodontic requirement is 4 sessions. Next, we summarize into a table 2. Table 2 is the tabulation of summarization for dental records. Lastly, data analysis. We analyze all the data by using SPSS. Mean and median for total number of sessions among 3 batches were calculated using descriptive analysis.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. My name is Nur Izzah. So now I'll proceed with the result. The outcome revealed that the average clinical session needed by the student is 5.14 sessions. It is considered a great result as the number of clinical sessions that the student use are within the student learning time that is given by the faculty, which is 5 clinical sessions. A few students managed to complete a 1 molar endodontic treatment with only 3 sessions. However, the maximum clinical sessions needed by the other student was 9 sessions. The data was then classified according to their batch labeled batch 8, batch 9, and also batch 10. The minimum clinical sessions that each batch needed in order to complete a 1 molar endodontic treatment was only 3 sessions. For students in batch 8, the average session they required was 4.85 sessions with a maximum of 7 sessions, while in batch 9, the average session to complete the treatment was 5.26 sessions and the maximum clinical session was 9. And last but not least, the average clinical session required by batch 10 was 5.36 sessions with 8 sessions as maximum. This bar chart shows the highest number of clinical sessions that the student needed to complete each endodontic stages, and it has been classified according to the batches. Most of the stages have the average of 1 to 2 clinical sessions for them to complete the stage. However, we can see clearly that during the stage of shaping and cleaning, the students require more sessions, especially in batch 10, where they require 4 sessions in order to finish it. The students are allowed to perform molar endodontic requirements starting from year 4, provided they have enough skills and experience during single canal endodontics on patients. The pie chart exhibited the percentage of students who managed to start a molar endodontic requirement in year 4 and year 5. A total of 37.8% students managed to start treating molar endodontic cases as early as in year 4 and continue to accomplish it in year 5, where 15.6% from batch 8 and 13.3% from batch 10 managed to do it. However, only 8.9% of students from batch 9 managed to start in year 4. There is a huge difference between the highest and the lowest number of clinical sessions needed by the student. Why there is a big gap? So now, I'll be discussing about the reason behind it. So the first factor is due to the failure of the students to locate the canals. Upon observation, there was a student that requires 7 sessions to complete a 1 molar endodontic treatment. This is because he could not figure out the second mesiobuccal canal, which is also known as MB2 canal. After referring to a specialist, the MB2 canal is found, but it was calcified. According to Tabassum et al. In 2016, they discussed that during the endodontic treatment, missed canal is not an uncommon practice, especially with inadequate access opening. So the second reason that leads to the delaying of treatment is due to fractured instrument. Our data shows that 5.7% of the students consumed 4 clinical sessions due to the same problem. The mishap was commonly spotted during working length determination and also shaping and cleaning of the canal. It was believed that the file was broken due to fatigue after multiple usage. According to Padir et al. In 2016, they reported that during endodontic treatment, 57.6% of the dentists and 7.6% of dental students has broke their files. Thus, this is not an uncommon endodontic complication. So the third sources of the delaying is due to formation of ledge. There was a student that could not figure out the length of the mesiobuccal canal. So he referred the case to a specialist and a ledge was detected on the first mesiobuccal canal. The ledge was then bypassed and its patency was achieved by the specialist. This has been proven with the research by Al-Rahabi on 2017, where he identified the ledge's formation was the common error during root canal shaping and cleaning. Next, patient factor could also contribute to the situation. There was a student that requires 9 of her clinical sessions. On closer look, she spent at least 2 sessions to complete each stages. On pre-endodontic stage, there was bleeding at the patient's gingival margin that could not be stopped. So the tooth had to be restored temporarily and the treatment was continued on the next visit. During shaping and cleaning stage, the patient could not tolerate the pain even after adding 1.5 cartridges of local anesthesia. Thus, once again, the treatment had to be postponed. The situation that the patient was having is what we call as flare-up. It is an acute inflammatory response that will be triggered if the periradicular tissues are damaged during the manipulation of the root canal. So according to Secura et al. In 2004, even though the inflammatory response provides protection against infection, it also can result in unpleasant outcomes such as pain. Moreover, patients who are unable to come on time is one of the causes resulting in the delay of the treatment. Punctuality of the patient is supported by other factors such as traffic jams and sometimes due to the distance between their house and the clinic. And last but not least, the COVID-19 pandemic. The students had to postpone all of their clinical activities. This is because all clinics were forced to shut down as per government order. The situation had a great effect to the patient and also to the student as it has caused a lot of delay and unfinished treatment. Throughout our research, there were several limitations that we have to face. The retrieval of data records was very challenging as most of the data has been deleted from items. Plus, with the graduated students who cannot recall the correct patient's name or their registration number make it even harder to trace the data. This is because once the students have discharged their patient from their names in items, there were no more records of patients treated by them. We are suggesting for the faculty to come out with a section whereby dental records should be made available for research purposes or curriculum improvement in the future. Additionally, the COVID-19 pandemic was another important factor in which many students cannot provide treatment to their endodontic molar patients. Thus, the number of samples is affected. So, in a nutshell, the result of this study indicates that the clinical sessions provided by the Faculty of Dentistry University Technology Mara are sufficient to complete 1 molar endodontic treatment, which is 5 sessions. Certain stages require more sessions due to some complications such as broken instrument inside the canal, ledges formation, and also missing canal. Other than that, patient factors such as difficulties or failure to attend dental clinics and unsuitable case selection could also be one of the reasons some students require more sessions than the given hours. The shaping and cleaning stage accounts for most clinical sessions to be completed in molar adulated treatment. Moreover, no studies have been conducted in Malaysia. Hence, this study could also be used as a reference to improve endodontic modules.
Can you scan this QR code to see our reference?
With that, we thank you.
Thank you
Prof,
very
you may
much,
go
Nur
ahead.
Hidayah binti Osman and Nur Izzah Shahada binti Hirun Nizam for the great presentation. Moving on to the next session, would like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
Okay, thank you. I think your abstract is much simpler than what you have presented, right? In your abstract, you're just showing the sufficiency of the number of session itself, when in fact you have done so much more. So why didn't you include all these results in your abstract?
Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Prof, for the question. So we decide not to include all the results because of the limitation of the words in the abstract. We only it has the guideline for the words in the abstract. So if we put more, it will affect our words in the abstract.
Okay.
That's the skill of
Otherwise,
writing
it looks like
abstract.
you're just counting number of sessions, and I think you just need a couple of weeks to do that, right? To count number of sessions that the students require. But anyway, looking back, is there any other information that you could have collected, going through the patient's record? Is there any other information that you could have collected which you think could help? Because at the end, you did suggest that this information that you obtained could be used to improve the module, right, of the endodontic module in this faculty. So what other informations you think you could have collected?
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the question. So from our study, we know that the clinical session is sufficient to some of the students, but other students have required at least 7 to 9 sessions. So I think that we can improve in endodontic modules such as increase the clinical session. Maybe we can increase the hours, the clinical session, because right now in one session it is 3 hours per session. So maybe we can increase the number of hours in one session.
Do you think it's a good idea that can the patient tolerate sitting on the dental chair for more than 3 hours? When you said the average number was about 5, right? 5 sessions. So do you think we actually need more hours?
Maybe we can also increase the number of clinical sessions that was provided by the faculty, because just now the 5 session is just merely on the assumption that students need to complete a molar endodontic treatment. Maybe after doing this research, we can suggest to increase the number of sessions.
How many students actually need more than 5 sessions? You said the average number of 5 sessions, right? But how many students actually need more than 5? Are they really the outliers, or are they like really a lot many students who need 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions? How many from your data collection that you can tell? Did you look at it? How many students actually need more than 5?
Actually, for batch 10, we cannot fully assess the data because some students did on extracted tooth. But for the batch 8 and batch 9, yes. But for
So
batch 8,
these are not on patients, these are on extracted tooth.
in the study, only half of them doing on a real patient, but half of them do on the extracted tooth.
But we
Can you
only
actually
take
lump them together? I think then the data should be separated, right? You cannot combine them because we have the patient's factor and the other without the patient's factor. So it's what do you think? In your opinion, can you combine the data and make a conclusion like this?
So for this study, we do not conclude the thing that we do on the treatment that we do on extracted tooth. We do not include it in this study. We just take the treatment that students do on real patients, so that we can unify all the data.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Hasrina?
Thank you, Prof. You have asked, but I also have just a few comments. It would be good, yeah, if maybe next time when you want to present, if you can give the end as well, not just the percentage. Yeah, it's good for your viewers or your readers to know the average, because percentage, if it's just over 10 and percentage, if it's just over 1,000, is quite, you can get quite different meaning, right? And then since you got several batches and all that, you also have the on model and on real patients, right? It would be good if you can do some statistical analysis to compare and not just doing a descriptive, yeah? But maybe next time, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Farina. Thank you, parents.
Okay.
Just one quick one. I just want to ask, is there, I think this is part of the module, is it? The studies that they given the duration fixed by the faculty, is it? Usually the duration for the clinical session for everything is decided usually by the faculty. I believe this is usually analyzed accordingly, how much is required based on the experiences and the knowledge of the seniors in the and then they structure this thing to for that given period of a time. I think there's a reason usually they give that limit of a time, is it? Was it as an urgency or any need that you wanted to do this study to come up with to see the duration?
This is because sometimes the students are dragging from graduation because of endodontic, because of molar treatment. So we want to actually see what are the reason behind it and how much clinical session that they actually need.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, judges and presenters, for answering the questions and for the great presentation. Now, would like to present the e-certificates for the presenters for your participation in this symposium. Moving on with our next oral presentation, please welcome Harpriya from Cook Institute of Dental Sciences, who will be speaking to us on lasers in orthodontics.
A very good morning to one and all present here. My name is Haripriya and I am from India. I am from Cook Institute of Dental Sciences. I am here today to talk about lasers in orthodontics. Laser is an acronym for light amplification by the stimulated emission of radiation. Laser is a device that creates and amplifies a narrow, intense beam of coherent light. The history of laser dates back to the year 1917 when Albert Einstein first theorized that the photoelectrical amplification could emit a single frequency of radiation. Charles Towns in the year 1953 first gave microwave amplification of stimulated emission of radiation, that is nothing but maser. Gordon Gould in the year 1959 first gave the term lasers. And Dr. Leon Goldman in the year 1962 first introduced laser in the medical profession. Coming to the physics of this laser, a laser occurs when there is an excited atom. It leads to the formation of emitting a photon. This photon excites another atom, thereby releasing another photon. So thereby one photon leads to the emission of 2 photons, and then 4, and then 16, and then so on. So this yields the formation of a laser, or a brief intense flash of monochromatic coherent light is produced. The principle of laser is simple. It is nothing but the generation of a monochromatic, which means same frequency and energy, coherent, which means same phase, and a collimated radiation, which means that there are parallel waves with by a suitable medium with an optical oscillator in between. A laser is a device which contains three contents in it. It has a medium which can be solid, liquid or gaseous. It determines the frequency of the radiation that is being produced. An optical cavity or a tube which has two mirrors in it, and there is an external power source. Coming to the lasers and its interaction with the biological tissues. When a laser comes in contact with the biological tissue, it gives in four interactions. It can be photochemical interaction, a photomechanical interaction, a photothermal interaction, or a photoelectrical interaction. A photochemical interaction is where there is a biosimulation of a laser which happens, which causes healing and repair. A photothermal interaction causes photoablation by superheating or vaporization of tissue fluids or the tissue itself. Next is the photomechanical interaction, where there's photoacoustic interactions which involve the removal of tissue with a shock wave generation. And the last one is a photoelectrical interaction which includes photoplasmolysis. Commonly used lasers are carbon dioxide lasers, argon lasers, or chemicals like erbium chromium family lasers, or ND-YAG lasers, or even diode lasers are used nowadays. Application of lasers in orthodontics can be of two types. It can be diagnostic or it could be therapeutic. Diagnostic applications are, it could be used in three-dimensional laser scanning and model analysis. It could be used as a laser Doppler flowmetry in testing pulp vitality of a tooth. It can be even used as laser fluorescence in the detection of caries. The therapeutic application in orthodontics of lasers is nothing but soft tissue surgeries like frenectomies or gingival recontouring or crown lengthening before the placement of brackets, or even exposure of an unerupted or a partially erupted teeth, or even depigmentation of gingiva can be done. Deboning of brackets, especially the ceramic ones, can be done using these lasers, which highly prevent the fracture of enamel. And laser etching are done nowadays, which creates micro abrasion, especially for resin bonding or resin penetration. Tooth movement has also been seen using laser. An article conducted in the research of in the year 2012 suggested that a low intensity laser therapy can increase the rate of orthodontic tooth movement with almost zero side effects on periodontium or as well as the vitality of teeth. Coming to the advantages of these lasers, they are used more very accurately these days. They are very selective, precise to the area of their application, the bactericidal, and as well as they give great hemostasis during the surgery, unlike other surgical procedures. They even cause less post-operative complications. Coming to the disadvantages, there are thermal side effects. They cause burning, dehydration, and they require good training skills, and they're pretty expensive. In these modern times, with the availability of such large number of laser devices with such modern technologies, it is in relatively lower cost. I believe that it can be used in day-to-day times. It improves the quality of treatment, it reduces the number of appointments, and even decreases the treatment time. Coming to the conclusion, I would like to conclude that the lasers are our tools of tomorrow only if you're with the knowledge of it today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Haripriya from Cook Institute of Dental Sciences for the great presentation. Now, we would like to invite the judges for the Q&A session.
Mohan, are you?
Okay, so in your opinion, which laser helps with the movement to make the teeth move faster?
I feel it's more with the chemical lasers that we use nowadays, like the erbium family lasers.
Okay.
In our college, we use carbon dioxide lasers and erbium family lasers. I feel the erbium and the cadmium family chemical lasers are much better.
Why is that? Can you explain a little bit?
It's with the chemical reaction that occurs with the biological tissues. It is like the other lasers, like the argon and carbon dioxide, they have more of a side effect than the these chemical lasers. So I feel that's why I feel they're better.
Okay, so back where you're from, is it used commonly in orthodontic practice? Use of a
No,
laser?
no, we don't really use it commonly. In our college, we use lasers more to do with the surgeries than the orthodontic tooth movement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
When you prepared this presentation, how did you collect the information? I mean, how did you do the collection of information? Is it a systematic review or just a narrative review?
It's a review. Basically, it's a systematic review.
Yeah. So how did you? Could you? It's a systematic review, yeah. So could you explain a little bit on how did you do it?
Like few of our elderly, I mean, like our seniors, few of them have done this before, but it was not presented basically. So I took up the initiative of presenting it. Plus, I've done few research on like we have certain articles that have been done in our colleges and certain studies done by our postgraduates on in orthodontic department. So taking all those, it was a review paper that I put up into.
Oh, so you just took you just compile research results from your seniors. It's not like it's not like you do a keyword search and you systematically eliminate or choose certain papers inside.
Not exactly.
All right, thank you, Kiana.
Okay, thank you. I just have a quick question. Okay, I couldn't get much when I read the abstract. Am I clear? Okay. I couldn't get much when I read the abstract actually, because not much was put up in the abstract actually. And because when I read it, it was kind of like too broad for me. The title of a laser in orthodontics, and it could have given us a little bit more of the perspective of how much, how often, where it's used, and it gives us a little bit of maybe kind of like a bit of visual presentation of what kind of the lasers, in the sense of like, applied in and used in the different centers or different places, like maybe your college is one of the one you gave example that would have given us a better understanding of the use of these lasers. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. That's all I have to ask.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, judges, and also presenters for answering the questions and for that wonderful presentation. Before we move on to the next presentation, we would like to present the certificate for the presenter for your participation in this symposium. Next, for our final oral presentation for today, please welcome Sitara Subia and Monica R. from Cook Institute of Dental Science with their research topic, Comparative Evaluation of Oxygen Saturation among Dental Surgeons using N95 FFR masks and 3M half-face piece elastomeric respirators, a clinical study.
Good morning, everybody. Today, I, Sitara Subaya, and my fellow presenter, Monica Ramachandran from Cook Institute of Dental Sciences are both honored to be given this opportunity to present for you all today. Now, my friend Monica will start the presentation.
Hello, everyone. Our study is a comparative evaluation of oxygen saturation among dental surgeons using N95 filtering face piece respirator masks and 3M half face piece elastomeric respirators. We'll be comparing the N95 versus 3M respirators as part of our clinical study. The aim of our study is to clinically evaluate and compare the physiological effect of N95 filtering face piece respirators and 3M elastomeric respirators on dental surgeons. The introduction to usage and importance of face piece among has exponentially increased during the recent pandemic outbreak as mandated by the government. Filtering face piece respirators are the most commonly used with N95 filtering phase freeze respirators being the most popular overall. But the ecological impact of N95 filtering phase freeze respirators, elastomeric respirator masks, long-term use are yet to be understood. Now, before we move on further, I'd like to explain what an N95 and an elastomeric respirators are. The N95 face mask protects against respiratory droplets. The letter N signifies that the mask is not resistant to oil. The number 95 signifies that it is at least 95% efficient in filtering particles with a median diameter of less than 0.3 microns. Now, what are CM elastomeric respirators? Elastomeric respirators are commonly used in industrial and mining settings, but can also be considered for use in the health setting in terms of increased demand, such as during infectious outbreaks. Elastomeric respirators, such as half-face or full-face chest-fitting respirators, which are made of or natural rubber material, can be repeatedly used, disinfected, and reused. Elastomeric respirators also differ from disposable N95 masks in that they have a phase exhale and if air travel to the contaminated filter and re-aerosolize particles. Compared to disposable respiratory masks, filter elastomeric respirators have about 60
Now to move on to our clinical study, the material and method that we used, two groups of 24 participants each using N95 FFR masks and 3M elastomeric respirators respectively. The parameter we evaluated was oxygen saturation levels, and the readings for each individual were taken before the start of the procedure, 30 minutes into the procedure, and after the completion of the procedure. The equipment that we used was a standard fingertip pulse oximeter. These were our results. Our results are represented in a bar graph form. As you can see in this bar graph, there is a uniform reduction in the oxygen saturation levels for both 3M respirators as well as N95 masks, but there is only a statistically significant drop in oxygen saturation levels in the dental surgeons using 3M elastomeric respirators. Now we move on to our discussion. The N95 face mask is generally well tolerated with minimal adverse effects such as vague discomfort, mask tightness and difficulty breathing, and acne. Hypoxemia was similarly observed from the use of the N95 face mask, where increased respiratory rate and higher incidence of chest discomfort were observed during the use of N95 face mask for a 4-hour stretch. 3M elastomeric respirators, pressure or tractional forces from the mask and the goggles together with the accompanying straps may lead to local tissue damage and exert an irritative effect on the underlying superficial sensory nerves, in particular the trigeminal or occipital nerve branches, innervating the face, head, and cervical region. This causes headache, facial pain, and earlobe discomfort. The respirator masks with particulate filters can be used for an extremely long duration in a hospital setting, at least 1 year, so long as the filter is not damaged or soiled. Elastomeric respirators also differ from disposable N95 masks in that they have a separate exhale vent and exhaled air does not travel through the contaminated filter and re-aerosolize trapped viral particles. This is in contrast to disposable N95 masks, which reused may carry an increased risk of transferring viral particles from one patient to another. Currently, the CDC recommends that healthcare providers that will be within 3 feet of a suspected or confirmed COVID-19 patient without a mask, or if providers are in the room for an aerosolization procedure, the provider may voluntarily utilize higher level of protection than N95 masks, such as elastomeric respirators. When comparing reuse of single-use N95 masks versus elastomeric respirators, there is a clear benefit of the latter, as the material and efficiency of the filter will not degrade from repeated donning and doffing. Now for our conclusion, elastomeric face piece masks have several advantages over reusing disposable N95 masks. They provide safe, reusable protection, can be easily cleaned, and have lower risk of transmitting infection between patients. But clinically, there appeared to be a 2% decrease in oxygen saturation levels in comparison with N95 masks, which only had a 1% decrease on subsequent checks. Since we have only studied one parameter, that's oxygen saturation, it cannot be said that N95 masks are physiologically a better option than 3M respirators. We both thank you so much for this opportunity, and we hope you all stay safe in this pandemic time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sitara, Subia, and Monica R. from Cook Institute of Dental Sciences for the great presentation. However, due to some difficulties, Sitara, Subia, and Monica R. will not be able to join us for the Q&A session. Thus, this concludes the oral presentation for today. Thank you all for attending. Hope you have learned and enjoyed the presentation. See you in tomorrow's session of oral presentation, which we will start at 9 a.m. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.